Camera adjustment. DM, you have the floor. You have the floor.
I thought I could sneak it in before it flipped over there. It's okay. At least I didn't get walking up and show off my sweet Dragon Ball Z pajama pants.
I'm wearing animal pajama pants right now.
Wouldn't want all the ladies watching this getting a little too crazy over those pajama pants, you know.
Jeans.
my Gokus and my no one wants Krillin. I almost said Krillin.
Hey,
Krillin's
shut your
awesome.
mouth.
Fuck off.
Yamcha.
I think you started
Yamcha's way worse. Yamcha's way worse.
Yeah.
Way worse.
Krillin is the winner of Dragon Ball. Okay.
He does get a lot cooler. He does get
Hi, internet.
Krillin lived through almost everything, married a babe, had a family, had gainful employment.
Became a police officer.
Look, you gotta
Dude has insane powers. Dude has insane powers, and that's what he chooses to do. Dude could have done anything else.
How is that not the most baller move? Where he's like, you know what I could do? Cut the planet in half with a thought. You know what I'm gonna do? Whatever the fuck I want to do.
You know, he's not wrong.
Him and 18 would have been cooler bounty hunters.
Yeah, but
just saying.
Krillin, the bounty hunter.
Yeah.
Anyways, best character is Future Trunks, so
give or take.
I'll kill you.
How's you, Mac?
Surviving. You?
Living the dream. Doing all right.
What is
wearing pajama pants?
Is that the dream?
You know, I'm not gonna say it's not the dream.
That's fair.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Who wears hard pants? Who throws a shoe?
What about you, Melissa? What are you
I am doing really well. You know, it's a Monday. Let's play.
That's not a statement that usually goes together.
I'm sorry. I'm masking too strong. I'm doing fine. It's a Monday. Let's play some D&D.
Thank you, Garfield.
What about you, Riley?
Your character.
Oh. I'm personally wise, I'm doing good. But if we're talking about just life in general, inventory sucks. It is just the worst. And that's about all I can say.
It's okay. Tax season is coming up, and that's gonna suck.
Well,
it's always a busy time.
Let's move on to someone who's had a lot of really good stuff going on this weekend. Ryan, how are you?
Yeah, healing. Got my throat slit on Wednesday, and
no more explanation. That's it. Just end it there.
I'd like to point out that when Ryan told me about this thing, he sent me a vague message because he's the best communicator through digital mediums. He's like, I found a guy in Saskatoon that wants to cut my throat. Thankfully, he's a surgeon. I'm like, but it was like 10 minutes apart from the two messages.
That thing you see hanging out is actually still the blade.
Nope. That's a rubber hose. I'm draining.
It's an impromptu musical instrument. He can just like, no.
Speaking of draining, you folks just finished a 2-week hike. James?
Yes.
Strike number 5,000 already for the night. It's only been a minute.
What are you talking about?
No, this is not the man flaps thing again. Draining is not going to be the thing of the night.
I forgot about man flaps. Thank you.
You had to remind him.
Thank you. It's everything I thought it could be. Both manly
I'm giving
and
myself
flappy.
advantage for every time I hear it.
Okay.
I keep a running tally.
That is fair. That's firm but fair. I respect you more for it as a DM now.
Perfect. Good. Anyways, speaking of a tiring adventure,
We were
You
about
folks
to
just
go.
finished
Yeah.
a trek, a long trek technically. And the last time we saw our players, you had, thanks to the total, honestly, just complete accident of that is Quill, found yourself in a place pulled from time, pulled from space, pulled into a place that you really don't want to be because you'd probably rather be back at home. But after spending a hefty 7 weeks in prison due to Flint's inability to remember the one thing that seemed a little interesting that was given to him, you made your way out of the city and began a trek up through some mountains after utilizing some helpful teleportation circles. Along the way, you spoke of the things you knew and kind of reminisced on what you had seen. The crazy, some might call cult leader, but is technically just the leader of the church,
Cult of personality.
Cult.
who has found you guilty, of course, and I'm assuming might be looking for you on, a little bit after your little escape from prison. But as you made your way up this trek, you stumbled across some ruins. And in those ruins, you found some gear. And in those ruins, you also made some gear in the form of a blanket stripped from the loins of an owlbear that you happened upon inside of a damaged old building in the snow and promptly made quick, swift work of. And of course, you being you, decided that instead of letting it go, it was damaged, it was hurt, you could have let it go back home to its family. You needed a blanket. And you got your blanket and you're working on your blanket. So I hope that you somehow find a way to utilize this blanket beyond just the warmth.
I promise to bring it up at least every night that we camp.
At least.
Good to know.
Mm.
2
Agnes,
weeks
on your
worth of
trek-
camping.
Yeah.
Are owlbears furred or feathered?
Yes.
So did you make yourself a pillow too?
So,
Okay,
you know, probably not.
Oh,
Because pillows are best made with downy fur. And I can't help but feel that they would have closer to like owly feathers rather than floofty feathers.
almost
maybe
certainly.
Maybe the under down.
If only there was a younger, more supple owlbear available for softer feathers.
You know, funny you should mention that.
Along your journey, Flint, while this place was new to you, I wouldn't call your character quite all there. And I feel like they're not too bothered by what's going on at the moment.
You know, overall, I mean, he's seen some weirder shit.
Really?
Flint has been in stickier situations before that he's had to fuck his way out of.
Anyways, Agnes,
Yeah.
your character was experiencing a bit of trouble because you couldn't track the stars.
Things don't change here. Stars are always the same. And the stars, they're never always the same. But I made a new
No,
friend,
as-
Thomas. Thomas understands what I mean, right? Thomas, you understand? It's not changing, right?
Thomas, yeah, you also are feeling this, not so much in the stars, but in the way that time here flows.
the sun
You're
has not adjusted in its rising or setting times. It is the exact same every day. That is messed up. That is wrong.
Why is there no moon? I don't understand. It's just the same stars all the time. The moon doesn't rise, the moon doesn't go down. There's just stars, and then
I
don't
wonder if the moon was waning at the time when it got locked into this bottle city.
that is shockingly
know.
insightful of you, Flint.
He's got a little bit of a nosebleed.
And Killian, you're fairly used to everything. Well, you may not know the entire history of the world because of both the church and the regular people keeping it under kind of lock and key to a degree. You're not too thrown off. This is fairly normal. Now, running in and rescuing
I
people in
mean-
the heat of battle is not exactly your thing, typically.
These three strangers are a little abnormal.
These strangers
Yes,
are a little strange.
exactly.
When
Killian,
you're
You've never
strange.
seen. The only person you've seen the height of flint is someone who's been cut off at the knees. And the only person you've seen like Thomas is in history books that are titled ABC Demons to Look Out for Children
that was good.
and other such novels.
Flint has been reading Goodnight Baby Moon, a book that tells him about the moon cycles.
Completely useless in the world you're currently in, so I hope you haven't been reading it here.
It is an
Or else Flint is
unfortunate
just getting even more and
circumstance.
more confused. But as you finished your journey, you approached in the mist and saw what you identified as the upper torso of a Tarrasque. Hands kind of clawed out like this, kind of propping it upright. A look on its face of pure withered rage in the old leathery, worn down, crumbling visage of itself. As you approached and that mild panic quickly set in, you heard a voice. A friendly little voice. Lovely day there, everybody. Almost like a little bit of a Mrs. Doubtfire. Someone comforting that brings you joy, but is always there for you when you need it. But you don't know this. For all you know, the creature in front of you has hired Killian to bring them to her to feast on, to make their own blankets, to make their own pillows.
Fair is fair.
It's fair. But
Mike,
instead,
I don't know if you've ever met my friend Dern. He's always being eaten by things. I really think that I now have enough experience so that I really think we're going to survive this. It's going to be great.
I would make a symmetrical blanket. My beard hair and my back hair match in pattern.
Flint, I'm not
Yes,
prone.
Agnes.
I'm not prone to violence.
That's probably for the best. Those prone to violence often pick fights that they can't win and then die.
Just remember, I'm the healer.
No, you're not. Killian
no, you're
is.
not.
He's great.
Well,
You
he's
shoot
gonna
things
be-
with laser beams.
He's going to be fine. He's going to be my friend because you need to go back home.
Yes, I do. You should come with me. It's not safe here.
I agree with both of you. Let's get going and talk to the scary lady
So-
inside of the
Agnes-
dead monster.
Agnes
Promise
doesn't
makes
like
sense.
The little guy gets hit in the head a lot, doesn't he?
No, that's what the mask is for. He gestures to that polished steel mask he's got hanging on his belt. It's counterproductive to get bludgeoned in the head.
Would you like a
We'll
good
say that-
berry?
I have not had breakfast yet, so yes, please.
I'll assume all
Probably
of this is
poisoned.
happening.
Thankfully, I'm a dwarf.
There you go.
Agnes
assume all
doesn't
this
know
conversation
she's
is-
learning about you. She's just been trying to poison you for a week.
He trusts
I'll
her
assume you guys have been
implicitly.
having this conversation as you're walking, before you see the Tarrasque, before you're met by this crazy looking, owl as his half bird, half human self. As you see this and you hear this voice in this kind of wing stretching back, telling you to advance, what do you do?
But we advance. I guess we're
Killian,
following this
do-
owl thing.
Do you know that bird lady person, they? Bird person. TM.
Yeah, that's my Auntie Leora.
Oh, this is the person you were bringing us to see.
Ah,
I understand.
yeah, she she lives in Teddy the Trask.
You named the abomination that you built your town inside.
Well, I mean,
That's
I kind of had
homely and noble.
to name it. It was. I mean, you can't just call it the Trask.
I'm sorry, you named it?
Well, I mean, I've tried to get other people to call it Teddy. Nobody else really does.
I see. So it's a pet name. This place must mean incredibly much to you.
I mean, I've lived here for like the last 6 years or so since my parents were taken.
I see.
Oh,
Taken by those fanatical fanatics?
Yeah.
the cult. Yes.
Those dickheads.
Well, I mean,
I-
technically they're a church because they're recognized by the government.
No.
Hmm.
No.
That's the
Still
difference
a
between a
cult.
church and a cult.
Still a cult.
Does it help when the government is the church, though?
No.
Well, I mean that implies the approval of the government, right?
Well-
Because they are the government.
who is
Just
it helping
because-
at that point?
Just because the cult has been formally recognized and charged taxes does not make it not a cult.
No. As a church, they're not charged taxes, Agnes.
Oh, that's the difference. You see Thomas pull out a small book and start writing down things. And
Yes,
it's just
once you're tax
all-
exempt, then you're no longer a cult.
yeah.
Ah.
And as he closes the book, you just catch a glimpse of the title of this notebook, and it just says "Cult 2.0" or something like that on it. As he puts it back in his pocket.
You're not wrong.
As you folks are having this conversation, you've began to walk towards this terrace, and you find that the chest of it has been using stone propped up as a little gateway. You enter into this terrace that has been more or less cleaned out, save for the outer shell and the bones. And in front of you, you see a staircase that spirals up the spinal column.
Question: does it
Towards
still
the top.
smell bad?
You can never get rid of the smell of terrace, but it's a good thing that Leora is good with her incense. It is everywhere.
This place smells
The-
like potpourri.
It's potpourri and death at the same time. Interesting.
Killian, this was not what I expected for my first time entering a Tarrasque. A stairway? That's rather inviting.
I mean,
Rather confusing.
yeah, I guess usually you enter in from the mouth.
Well, I mean, pick your poison.
Goodberry?
Yes.
You know,
Are you
have
poisoning him. Are those actually good berries?
Don't worry about it, Killian. I'm killing it.
I've
One
been
hit point at a time.
I have definitely been in stranger paths in my life.
There's a new D&D item for you. The reverse Goodberry. It makes you feel hungry all day, and it takes away a hit point.
I like it.
It's largely indiscernible from a classic Goodberry.
The good berry of munchies.
100%.
Why
There you
am
go,
I
munchy
suddenly
berry.
hungry?
I just see you turning around and keep injecting good berries with like a sleeping trout. It's not working.
Just acid after a little while. Very citrusy.
I tell you, they're pickles. They're just like soaking in poison.
You know,
As
I
you
feel
guys make it up,
I feel like dwarven pickles would just be soaking in acid. The poison resistance and all that.
Basically.
that's fair. As you folks make your way up this column, the bones kind of carved with runes and kind of speckled with bits of different, rare metals here and there. You can kind of see on the ribs around you that they've been adorned with wire, roped around them with things hanging off of them, trinkets that a bird might like to keep with them. Everywhere you look, trinkets. Trinkets, trinkets, trinkets. Not within reach, unfortunately, unless you can reach the rib cages. But trinkets.
Agnes is
As you
like
make your way up,
fingering the lily pad, thinking about her options.
if you want to steal from the Kenku who lives in a Tarask, you're more than welcome to try.
Depends how long we're going to be in the Tarask. We'll see.
Well, speaking of that, as you kind of hit the top of the stairs and turn and walk out, you walk out through the back of the skull. And at the back of the skull, you are in the mountains that were above it, in the ruins of an old castle. You are at the edge of the world. Beyond this is the cutoff point, a jagged cliff floating out into nothing. You see constellations closer than you've ever seen them, still in the same spot, but there. You see the glow now around you that it's almost like a glitter, a pixie dust. Everywhere you go, you feel as if you could reach out to it and move your hand through. It would be like moving your hand through a glittery bath bomb in water.
May I? I would like to find a smooth stone on the ground.
Sure.
I take my stone and I would like to try and skip the stone out into the stars.
Sure.
What happens?
Roll me dexterity.
Ow!
Oh gosh. I guess I probably should have had my character. There's all sorts of things I probably should have done, but I was just like, I'm ready to play. I'm not ready to play. It's still loading.
It's the same thing as I'm ready to play, and then you realize you don't have your dice.
Need me to roll a dexterity? Just dexterity or like acrobatic, athletics, or
Dexterity.
just dexterity? Okay.
Throw a rock.
16.
Okay, give me a strength.
Strength. Nope. 17.
Awesome. I'm a
Ow.
big fan of dual rolls. So not only are you able to throw it with enough finesse that it would actually skip, you throw it hard enough that it makes its way out past the breach. So you throw it and it hits that first off the stone at the edge of this kind of castle courtyard and kind of bounces out into the sky. And as it does, when I say you're on the edge, I mean you are on the edge. It gets 15 feet out in this bounce in an arc, and it hits, and it kind of wavers, and then it explodes. And the sky around where it was fills with more of that similar stardust.
Oh, guys, this place is very interesting.
I believe we found where the moon and stars are kept in this place.
As you're kind of having this fun,
It's just all moon
Leora,
dust. All the moon is dust.
Leora just kind of comes up behind you and introduces herself. She goes, "Well, hello there, dearies.
Hello.
I understand. I understand this might all seem a bit weird for you, but I need you to understand that there's no such thing as chance in a lot of these times. And the fact that you're here, and the fact that I thought that this might be one of my few times remaining to make changes, lines up all too quickly and all too closely. And I think that we might be in quite the right place at the right time, and the right people to be in cahoots with, if you will."
Are you saying that you had something to do with us arriving here? Because when I was arriving here, it was quite surprising. To
Yeah, I mean,
arrive.
she sent me to get you. That's why you're here.
Did you bring
Hey.
us here with your fiddly magics?
Not
I mean,
not exactly. There. So it's sort of. I put out a little bit of a call into the wilds. Hopefully that one day it might be picked up. Of course, with the way magic works here and everything, and well, the lack of it to a degree, I didn't think anybody would actually ever come. So it's nice to see that someone has found their way here. how did you find your way here?
Well, there was a portal back in the womb, which we typed in a certain coordinate, and then all of a sudden, instead of being there, we ended up here.
She kind of stares at you for a second and goes, I'm not too sure what the womb is. I'm glad that whatever technology you were using or magical stuff, it brought you here.
Well, let me ask you this question. Where was the original plane? What was the name of the original place that this bottled city, to borrow a term,
Well,
called?
the entire it varies. So the current place is called Dramon.
What was it?
Dramonn.
Yes, but
But
what was it called before?
hmm, there's and she kind of pauses for a second and forgets as she goes to her notes. Uno momento por favor.
I
I'm
will say
asking
everything except for the dang province.
depending on the timeline that you were thinking of here, Naylor has been the accepted term for the plane in the same lines of like Faerun, for
I think he meant like what
thousands of
province,
years.
because we're
Yeah.
from the
No,
same.
no. I meant the plane, like the world.
Right, just trying to
Yeah.
confirm that you're
Oh.
from Naylor at one point in time or another.
Oh, okay. Yes. Sorry, I thought you meant the province.
No.
She goes, well, I suppose if we're looking at the whole plane, I believe it was called Naylor back in the day.
That's where we're from. The womb is just north of, or well, just off of Lake Arneson.
And again, she looks at you and goes, I'm sorry, dearie, but I'm sure our times are very different for what the land looked like. And she kind of like, with a bit of a wisp of her hands, kind of almost makes up her own little stardust and kind of like draws out the shape of her continent. And then kind of off in the distance kind of draws like a lump and goes, if this is where I believe you're from, we are from completely the other side of the world.
Let me show you. And Flint legitimately just pulls out a bit of a map.
You have
So-
a map?
Of course I have a map. Who goes adventuring without a map? That's a terrible idea. Why would you do that? How do
Hey,
you know where you are if you can't ask the locals where you are by pointing to a map?
Hey, Flint,
Yes,
want a good berry?
I love your good berries. They're very delicious.
Great.
Slightly tart, but that's okay.
That's my preference.
Tardy.
Thomas in the background. Mine haven't been tart.
It's a very rough layout. And it's got a few things that are like, you obviously have the area around the womb. You obviously have an area around where Hemlig is. North of Hemlig, there's an area called Barak, Barak, with a little like beard illustration and a pointy Viking hat on top. He's like, that's where dwarves live. And southeast of the womb is it looks like 4 triangles that make up a diamond, and it says that's where one of Nexus cities are. The Miriam elves, the magicy ones with the fiddledy bits. I just offer it up to
Does
the
they
bird
like
lady.
it when you talk about their fiddly bits?
Surprisingly, yes.
Agnes pays a lot of attention, and I'm going to try and use like the equivalent of my star charting knowledge to try and take note of where this point is for the Miriam city.
That is the
She-
weirdest way I've ever heard the elves described, and I've met them a few times. But
They
still,
like talking about their fiddly bits and how proficient they are with them.
I don't
Did-
know if they
When
like
you met
that.
them, did you fiddle with their bits?
No.
I mean, I filled no.
I would need way more good berries
All
for
right.
that.
So, Leora, having answered the questions of kind of where she is existing in the plane to a degree, explaining like, okay, if this is where you're looking at your map, she goes, yes, I recognize the land shapes. We would be many, and when she says many ships, she thinks of it more as you'd have a hard time crossing the water safely. You would need many ships to get there.
Hmm.
And she kind of pauses for a second and goes, well, I suppose you've got some questions about everything going on here.
Oh, no, not at all, actually. I was thinking that we would just relax. Yes, I have lots of questions.
We would like to
Well-
get home.
What is your name there, laddie?
Thomas.
Well, Thomas, what is your first question?
My first question is, who the heck is this fuddy-duddy who runs this church cult? I'm calling it a
Hmm.
cult. It is a cult.
It is a cult. It's a government cult.
Who is this man, and why is everybody so wally bloody and dolly about him?
Thomas, language,
You see,
sir.
I apologize.
I'm sure you've having met the father, you've seen that he's quite an eccentric lad, isn't he? Quite
I
quite
call
full of
myself
himself.
eccentric. But no, he takes the cake and runs with it.
Well, you see,
And
your
that's
father,
dangerous. He could spill it everywhere.
What if you
Hmm.
dropped the cake? No one would get cake, Thomas. That's a
I-
problem. We must
It
stop
is.
this man. Now.
she turns to you and she goes, well, the father's name originally was Kurz.
Curs.
He was a humble
Kurz.
and he was a fair mayor of our little town that we all lived in. But of course, over time, paranoia, fear, and of course the need for veneration and love from his subjects, even if it was forced, kind of changes a man. And often it's rarely for the better. But of course, there's a whole history to all that if you have the time.
We do. We're stuck here.
Apparently. We can't go home without your help, so we're at your mercy.
Unless there is some kind
Madam?
of deadline you're waiting for us to try and beat, we would really like to understand everything about this place.
I don't know if I can read all of this in accent.
That's
That's
fair.
if you need to paraphrase, that's fine. We can
it's
say that
okay.
we're all talking.
Flint would like the gist. Just the
There's
gist.
no gist.
Just to see how that
Um,
feels.
So she explains that in the beginning, there was, or what they call the
There was
beginning,
light.
specifically the beginning at the end. Dramon was a town like no other, in the fact that it was exactly like every other town. It was a standard town with people who did their jobs, lived their lives, went as they pleased. There was no crime, there was no problems. It was a peaceful place. All of the outlying villages were peaceful. All of the races lived in harmony. There was no need to fight, which is rare when you come across a town that is primarily run by orcs. But being a rare breed of orc, they were a lot more timid. The land itself, while it did cater to everyone, was not a very large place for magic to exist. It was there, but it just hadn't really hit this part of the world as strongly as it might have others. It may have something to do with orcs being more so on the martial side of things historically, but never seemed to be a problem. However, there was still, mystics and seers in the land, and one day, a seer had a dream. A seer dreamed that the end of the world came, and spoke of crashing waves and giant monsters from below, taking the entire world with it as demon spawn ran free across the land. And of course, being a calm, peaceful village, no one really thought anything of it. The seers were only really there as like a cultural thing. They didn't hold much, mystical value. Until a year later, when a torrent of water crashed into the mountains, and she kind of puts her arms out around her, these mountains specifically. The water was so high that it crashed over the peaks, and a roar of a giant monster was heard as water rushed through the mountains and flooded the valleys and homes of people at the base. In a moment of panic, Kurz that now was a time to maybe utilize some of the little bits of magic that are around. And he called out to prayer to anyone who would answer. He called out and said, "Help us, and we will give you whatever you want," which is a dangerous thing to ask when you make a call out to the ever yonder. But no one answered. The next wave crashed, another sound was heard, and another prayer was sent, and no one answered. And then as a message came into his ear that a giant creature was seen making its way through the mountains, and that was all before the message was cut off. He panicked and he called out once more, and there was a response. A little light, a little mote of light kind of floated into the office, lazily, and it offered everyone a deal. It would pull them from the land to safety, and all they had to do was let it sleep. It did not want any interruptions. It did not want to be bothered. It wanted to sleep. The only other thing it asked for to maintain its power was that the people pray to it, make their belief in it strong, so that it could maintain its, existence.
You see that little black book come out from Thomas's pocket again, and he's just writing down a few notes here and there, and closes
Thomas,
it back up.
I have questions for you. You live at the Bennies.
Yes.
Now, my father told me once that gods don't make deals, but
Mm.
I remember him saying that gods are supplied power by belief, and the number of people that believe and offer prayers to a god is proportional to their relative strength.
This is true.
Yes, so
And something making a deal, well, that goes into the Fey realm or the demonic realm.
so I'm thinking, perhaps, maybe
Co-
I have
yes,
an idea.
you have come to the conclusion.
Y-
Yes.
Yes. What if this light thing was not a god, but was something else, and therefore it moved these people into this place to cut
Yes.
them off and make itself the only option. And then
Yeah.
when they were like, "Thank you, small ball of light," and it was like, tasty, eating their prayers, gaining power, unbeknownst to them, but knownst to us.
Flint.
It's all coming together.
I had this figured out about a week ago. But you are
You're an
100%
intelligent
correct.
man.
I am not an intelligent man. I'm a manipulative man. But anyway, there are a few things about this that are very correct that you have hit on. This is not a god. This is some kind of either fae or demon.
Auntie, may I? Any chance you figured out who it is or what it is?
Well, I'll be honest with you there, dearies. Yeah, personally, I would believe it to be a god, primarily because of the powers it bestowed upon the people. Everyone in the core of Kur's government, all of those close to him, are granted immortal life, so that they could continue to manage the town as they had, to keep it peaceful and prosperous throughout the days, so that no one
Have
suffered.
Auntie, have you heard of a spellcaster called a warlock before?
Well, yes, of course, my dearie.
So, a
Uh,
warlock gets their powers from, of course, a patron.
Yes.
This is that exact situation.
Thomas,
have you heard of a spellcaster called a cleric?
yes.
And a cleric does get their powers
Um,
from a god, yes, but it is
yes,
different.
but also in exchange, the god gets power from worship.
Yes. But, oh, Thomas,
Yes,
do you
yes,
know what
Flint.
this means?
What
The
does
good
this
berries have
mean?
If
taken
it's
effect.
not a god, we can kill it.
Yes, it does.
We can stab it to death until it's dead.
As you guys are having your
And I will haste you as fast as I can.
as you say this, kind of Lyora kind of shudders and her wings kind of her feathers kind of ruffle, and she goes, I would not suggest their dearies killing Favela. Honestly, she's really not done anything. She's come here and she's slept, and that's it. No one's heard from her. She just sleeps. 500 years. She's just been sleeping.
Eating
And
people's prayers. Can we
5?
can we at
She is.
least can we at least start with the mayor, the father? That fella? He was kind of a dickhead.
You
Yes, he
don't want
was.
us
She
to
she.
kill her. What do you want?
I would like her to be woken up. Let me explain, dearie, so you have a better understanding. And she kind of like she continues her story, and she goes, as that deal was struck. What?
He wanted to go on a killing rampage. And she
Now
said, sit
he's
down, we're
sad.
not done.
Flint is legitimately kicking a stone right now, looking at the ground, because I've been informed that we're not killing a not god.
Flint, she kind of like waves her hand, and a tankard of beer appears in your grasp.
He pulls out a small book, drinks that beer, and there's a little line item that the more perceptive of you see that's like fight a god question mark.
So she explains what it was like when the world was ripped from the ground. There was no earthquakes. It was seamless. It was protective. A barrier was grown around. That is what had cut this Tarrasque in half. It crawled its way through the mountains even further while missing half of its body until finally giving in. And the world was ripped through and wrapped in a protective shroud to pull it from time and space so that the rest of what Favela was told would be the end of the world would not happen to this one little spot. Because if the rest of the world went away, who would there be to believe in her? This brings us to the first age. Of course, people were scared, they felt isolated, and now their home was somewhere new and floating in the void. Those who could use magic panicked when they found out that they had been completely cut off from it. And Kurz, being the strong leader, knew what he had to do. He turned the situation from fear to favela. Word of powers granted to Kurz and his associate by divine being, and the fact that the being had saved them and brought them to a calm land brought them peace over the next 100 years. So, towns were built, the church to favela went under construction, and everyone continued living and aiding Kurz in whatever he needed. In the second age, however, magic has a strange way of working its way into things. and it began to return to the world, somehow creeping in past the barrier. Everyone rejoiced as it made life easier. Even Kurz at the beginning was happy. But that happiness was short-lived. For magic is as magic does, and some became corrupted by it, used it to steal, cause harm. And one night, a group attempted to attack the church. In his panic, Kurz made a statement. Favela has spoken. So I'm going to do this in his voice. His voice of the time, however. He goes, Favela has spoken. And has claimed the magic seeping into this world is being used by those left on the plane that is currently being destroyed by demons to corrupt them and break the bonds of our spell and drag the land back to where it came from, so that the demons who now roam can destroy us and kill everybody. And
So
then
he
stayed-
lied.
I was about to say, because Favela was asleep. How does a sleeping person speak?
And
Oh.
Leora kind of puts her head down and goes,
Yeah, you haven't seen Flint?
She
Flint
doesn't.
talks in his sleep, but like the whole time.
He does, but
I have no way to talk to myself inside my skull. It must be outside. It's important.
I have something that I would like you to try, Flint. I'd like you
Yes.
to close your mouth and try to speak words, but do not move your vocal cords. Just think as if you would think your picture books.
His nose
James,
is
do you have
bleeding.
a nose?
breathe.
Do you have a real
can
nose
breathe.
blade
You
going
can
on right now?
breathe.
Like a line of red in the video. I'm really worried. He has a
I
real
saw that too.
Flint, are you all right?
My brain hurts.
Have a good berry.
Well, that's a step.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now Thomas is going like Kool-Aid.
Wait, so Leora, what you're suggesting is that they got into a sticky situation that they couldn't fuck their way out of. And he panicked and was like, dude, magic is demons.
Except when I
She goes,
use
"You're-
it, apparently.
You're not wrong, dearie. And here's the downside of that decree that was made. Anyone caught using magic or magical items would be killed.
So he could have probably walked it back after a couple of days of being like, maybe I shouldn't have said that. But he never did. And here we are.
Fear and paranoia of losing power is a strong thing to have on the mind.
Oh, I'm understand. And he uses magic plainly because it's a divine gift. All right. Yes,
She goes,
yes.
oh, trust me, that does happen in the story here, laddie.
Okay. Fair enough. I'll shut
And he
up.
turns she turns to Agnes and goes, again, magic is as magic does. You cannot kill magic. It will always find its place. And in the Third Age, magic grew rampant in the underground. Enchantments, artifacts, and spells were created and used in secret, and all was well, keeping things on the down low until a group of wizards decided to do this exact same thing they had tried previously and make an attack on the church. This caused Kurz's paranoia to skyrocket, further than it had ever done before. And he began to believe his own lies. He truly felt that every thought he had was Favela speaking to him, and that his thoughts told him that magic was corrupt, and only those deemed worthy by the church could use magic he called the divine spirit. So he began his crusade, and for 50 years he killed entire families, full generational lines of anyone that showed any sign of magical ability, or anyone who had a person who had that ability in their entire family. It was all gone.
See, if he had just realized that when you call it a crusade, it's immediately a bad idea, none of this would have happened.
Well, you're not wrong about the bad idea part. Because unfortunately, in the Fourth Age, after generations of loss and killing, The population had dwindled so far that there were too few to tend the fields or the mines, or build and create. It was a desolate time for the church and everyone around it. Less food meant starvation was imminent. Yes, there, Thomas.
Yeah, no, I was going to make a very rude comment about being similar to a place down in from where I'm originally. I believe it was called Alabama.
I believe there the family lines are very strong.
I
They
see how
prefer
it
to
is.
keep it in the family.
Hold on. I need to go to Discord for a moment and type the word clip. Done.
I already got it. We're done.
Can't.
Oh,
No,
God.
man. Someone down in Alabama's gonna like get all their sisters and cousins. And
I mean, I started it. So.
that's fair.
I'd
She
just like to
continues
point
on.
out that
Yes.
really all of their problems started when they killed all the dwarves. If they had just left the dwarves alone, we would have been fine.
They are hardy
Just
folk.
saying, we're problem
She's-
solvers.
She kind of goes, "Sure, there, lad. Sure."
Wait,
And
you're
so
not human peoples. How did you escape their notice?
we'll get there, dearie.
I
We'll
see.
get there. And she explains that as things began to dwindle, trust me, I have answers for all these questions, literally pre-written. I know what you're going to ask. That another decree was made by Kurz, now known as the Father, that Favela has spoken and given him divine insight, and that all those who possess magical abilities, who pledge themselves in service to the church, and have their demonic powers cleansed and replaced with the divine spirit, even those who want to do that, who wish to continue living normal lives, may do so, but they must wear a collar that will dampen their ability to use magic within certain schools. So while some chose to fight and die, many pledged themselves to the church, and many more chose the collars to live their normal lives. Food production spiked, so did magic in the church. Daily discoveries and advancements in enchantments and artifacts were making them no longer really reliant on the people outside of the church. The entire institution was now self-reliant from start to finish for all of their needs. And when Kurz realized that he had everything he'd ever needed, paranoia set in again, and 50 years of peace fell off the edge like the rest of the world. He watched people utilize lesser schools of magic in new ways and began to fear that they were plotting against him once more. This time at a more grandiose scale, having free range within a degree of their abilities. And while that was partially true, there was people underground crafting horrible weapons and devices that could do amazing things. It did not warrant what came next.
It just sounds like he's having a bad acid trip or something.
Getting
Aren't we
very
all, dearie?
paranoid.
Yes.
Mushrooms. Tricky things.
Could be mushrooms, could be LSD, could be acid, could be...
Well,
Acid hurts my beard.
Actually, if you go and you take a look at these particular types of mushrooms, and she pulls out one of her books, she goes, in Naylore, there are approximately 23 varieties in and around the womb, which, when ingested in high enough quantities, can cause various forms of delirium and or equivalent of a high. There are some, however, when ingested in even small amounts, can lead to imminent death.
Why does that
I-
one look like something you've been holding for the past 5 days?
Well, they look similar, but they're so different. Would you like a good berry?
I would love a good berry.
Agnes, when we get back to the womb, I would like to accompany you on some mushroom picking expeditions, please.
I would love to go mushroom picking with you. My friends
Fantastic.
are so tired of mushroom picking. Like my friend Quill, he is so nice and so kind, but he started making excuses to fill his time because I don't think he wants to forage with me anymore. Mostly because he wants to run really fast and I want to document all the different mushrooms.
Ah, fair enough. Well, I mean, I am definitely interested in those psychedelic mushrooms there, and ooh, that one seems like an interesting one.
That one you
Um,
have to be really careful about though, because if you get them mixed up with this one and she flips over with the purple dots, that's gonna make it go from really, really fun to real bad, real fast. And Auntie Far told me that if I ever did that, she wasn't gonna waste the spell slot.
good to know.
I see.
You ain't worth no diamond.
Good to know.
Leora has a bit of a chuckle. Oh, dearies, you are certainly not demons from another world. I can guarantee myself that. And
A strange,
face-
but not demons.
there you go. Her face kind of sullies for a second. She goes, I sat idly by for the first 400 years. Partly out of fear, partly out of not sure what to do. She kind of pauses and she goes, at the start of the 5th age, just over 100 years ago, Kurz made another decree. He loved his decrees. He said magic was to be free for all, and that all collars were to be removed at the church in 6 days' time. 6 days later, thousands of people arrived wearing their collars and were sent through processing. First, they were told to list any magical items they owned or carried. They were not asked to give them up, just classification. Then they were told to explain the magical spells they knew, given a quick list of their abilities.
Cataloging.
And then they were told to step through the gate and their collar would detach. And as they stepped through the gate, their collars detached. And they found themselves sitting in a room, while big, was not big enough for thousands of people. It was cramped. She goes, my job there was to catalog and have everyone show off their abilities, and then let them go on their way. But then there was a voice in the room that said, the last ones left standing will be granted eternal life alongside me at the church. I don't know if you've ever seen 6,000 people with the ability to cast spells in a tiny room begin to panic. But in that short moment before I could see any of it happen, I used the last little bit before that entire place was cut off to teleport out. All I saw behind me, if you could imagine, say 300-400 people casting fireball in a small room of 6,000 people. Everyone else throwing out poison darts, knives made of ice, every little thing you could possibly think. Every spell that they've been waiting for locked under those collars to release. Counted out at once, thinking there was a chance for survival. But I can almost guarantee that no one lived.
Is there any chance that she's lying to us?
Who?
Do you say this out loud?
I have to. Yes.
She spreads her arms like this, and she goes, leaving the room cursed me to look like a human. Do you think a Kenku wants to look like a human there, Derry? Do you think I want this face? No offense, she points to Agnes.
I thought you were brilliant. I'm sorry. Are you discomfortable? He specifically says
everything about-
discomfortable because he doesn't know words.
I hate everything about my appearance.
Oh, I'm
What did you
sorry
roll?
to hear that.
14 on insight.
Yeah.
Is anybody else wanting to roll as well, or
This is going to be really bad, but I can't help but feel that, like, maybe she won. Eternal life. Fireball and everybody.
Killian? This is the first you're hearing of a lot of this history, by the way. A lot of it wasn't really told to you, mostly because it involved Leora standing idly by. But Thomas and Agnes, you get the sense by just the sheer anger in her eyes as she like does like the look at me that she's not lying.
You were one of his people, right?
I was. And I made it as soon as I got out of there. I made it my job to find a way to stop it.
You were
But
given
unfortunately,
eternal life with him.
I was. And now I live it out looking like this, trying to do something with it. But it's hard, you see. When everyone began to question what was taking so long for their loved ones to come back home. A giant abomination created by curs stormed through the nearest town, destroyed it. Bodies piled upon bodies, leaving corpses in their wake that were the people from the room. And he screamed loudly at his knights to destroy it. And they did, because they knew, of course, its weaknesses. And everyone there, in all of the towns around, were told that this is what actually happens when magic is let free, and that the demons had been waiting this whole time, and that now that it had happened, they should finally believe and stop fighting. And they did. They would kill their own neighbors if they saw them light a candle too fast.
This is what
been
happens
that way.
when a government sabotages its own services.
Everyone is indoctrinated. And again, this goes down my checklist of cult. Indoctrination, drinking the Kool-Aid.
Thomas?
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
when we get back to the womb, why don't we trade journals for a few minutes?
Thomas smiles and goes, I think that might be a lovely idea.
I found a bag of mushrooms somewhere that you might be interested in, Thomas. I tried eating them, and then I forgot what I was doing. So I tried
lost a-
again, and I
I
just
lost a
kept
bag of
forgetting.
mushrooms about 2 weeks ago.
This was a long time.
Oh, no.
I spent 6 months in the mountains.
Those are good mushrooms.
They were very good mushrooms. So
She stares towards you, Killian, and goes, I did not know your family. And I'm sorry that what happened to them happened, but I will tell you now that happened after I had left. It's been 100 years since I've been there. And all I've done since then is try to take down, wake up Favela and place this place back to where it belongs. Because I'm almost certain that this is not what it is. If these folks are here, then there's a place for us back there.
Oh, it's a beautiful place. It's lush.
100 years? And you're a Kenku now?
Remember, she was part of the church, and then she tried to leave, and then she was one of the people who were blessed.
I understand.
And,
So you find yourself eternally bound by this man.
No, I just have immortality.
That's what I mean. Which means if we stop this whole business of immortality that he's granting, won't you perish?
No, it was Favela who granted the immortality, dearie.
Are you sure about that?
Again,
Well,
Your intelligence stats are like stacking as you're talking.
Because If he
In,
was
in,
like,
in the back of,
go ahead,
can you roll me an intelligence really quick?
sure. All I'm hearing is this guy is evil. That's a 10.
Yep.
That's a 10.
That's
He's
just
evil.
enough for the moat in the back of your mind for you to quick memory of one of the first sentences she said, that Kurz was a humble mayor of a small town that did not have any magical abilities. Just a slight
Warlock,
little thing in the back
warlock,
of your brain.
warlock,
You don't
That's just it.
recognize it or pick up on it, but it's there.
She's sleeping. She's not granting shit. He is evil and probably has demons in his body.
You know, there are a type of god that do give out powers while they're sleeping, but those are considered very elder and very old, and we don't touch those with a 10-foot goddamn pole.
Ah,
I know
or,
that
or
no one
we
at
don't
this
fuck them with your dick. I understand.
I know that
Melissa.
not everybody at this table knows enough about Argoth to understand this, but Argoth absolutely raised Flint on stories of demons in bodies. Like that was every single like bedtime story growing up.
And then there was
Absolutely
a demon
everyone.
in my shield. And then I
Yes!
talked to it for a while. And then he
Yes!
taught me to cast fireballs. And it was sweet. And then there were more demons.
I just
Sorry,
want to know
I
the
digress.
mother, and I want to know the mother in this situation and what she
We'll
was
get there.
doing to.
I'm just
She-
saying that
she-
I worry about you because if we take care of this man, what would happen to you? You seem like a nice lady.
I'll be honest with you, dearie. There's two things that will happen. First, the curse he laid upon me will go away. I will become a regular old Kenku. Second, whether it's him or it's Favela, if I maintain my immortality, then so be it. And if I don't, and I survive for another 20 years, 10 years, even a year, I think I'll open a pub.
Oh, I thought you were a human before and he turned you into a Kenku. I'm sorry. I
No,
assumed.
Everyone else around you is just staring at you like, are you dumb?
Yes.
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 So
100%
you guys share
yes.
that look, and he's standing really close to you, going, and you're sharing the look, and Agnes is standing behind, going,
Yep.
And
I both
and you see me
love and
just like
despise Flint.
holding onto his head, and I just keep casting spells. I was like,
It's just not getting any better.
I agree with you. I both love and hate Flint.
You
I'm
put a
just waiting
circlet of
for the
intellect on
inevitable-
Flint and it just cracks.
I'm just waiting for the inevitable enhanceability of like, here's Fox's cunning, so you're a little smarter, and he's just like, what have I become?
I just feel like the
No, he'd have an
DC goes up
existential
and
crisis.
down a bit.
Flat stats across the board, just like 10s and 9s and all of the mentals. Flint's good
There
at
you
one
go.
thing, and it's not thinking.
There you go, exactly. No, yeah, so you've learned that this man who was once a humble man was given power and then soon became so afraid of that power from not only his own people, but began to believe the possibility that the entire outside world was destroyed and gone, running rampant with giant monsters and demons. And you are now in this land, stuck here.
Huh. I'm getting a feeling
Thomas.
of deja vu. Yes.
You said something a while back about not being very smart, but being very persuasive.
Yes, persuasive is a
Lying?
better word. No, persuasive. Persuasive is a better word.
Okay.
He said manipulative.
No, persuasive.
what
Yours was
if-
manipulative. I
what-
could play it back for you.
What if you convinced this man that he had demons in him? And he was like, oh no, splort. And then he let his paranoia get in the better of him.
Now, you see,
Yes.
that is the long play. See, if we could get close enough where I could interject certain thoughts into his brain. And yes, I did use the word manipulative. Yes. Not proud of certain days in my life, but anyway.
Go. Let's go back just a second there and say,
Yes.
inject thoughts into his brain.
Yes.
Like with a sword and a spoon?
No magic.
No, with the fiddly bits, I do that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fiddly bits inject thoughts into your brain.
I don't do it purposefully to my friends.
I do.
You do it when you do it without it being on purpose? Flint
Well,
looks
I
down at the
mean-
berry smears on his hand from the past
Well,
hour.
I mean,
He's like,
sometimes you're just cleaning it and it goes off.
Yes, basically. No, I am a man of words and persuasive tactics. Dark days from when I was younger, I was a con artist. And I manipulated a lot of money out of a lot of people.
uh-huh.
Not proud of
Out
those
of
days.
people or out of their pockets?
No, from people.
Like their organs?
Ah, their prison wallets.
No. Have you ever heard of a
And the-
pyramid scheme?
So and you were like painting. So you were like painting pyramids.
Like triangle shapes?
Yes,
like
where
the triangle shapes.
yes,
not
the
the
triangle
squares.
shapes, not the squares. But no, I was a manipulator of many people back on Earth.
Is this about when you said you were a cult leader? And you made more money as the leader, but had more fun as a follower?
Yes,
I understand.
I was
once
not a
tried
good
to
person.
I once tried to sell this amazing stuff called Tupperware. All I ended up doing was filling my Nana's house. All of her cupboards were full of Tupperware, and I never sold any. I don't know why.
There's a certain quality of person that might be missing, Agnes. but
Perhaps
that's
you should
okay.
have tried lowerware instead of upperware. That might have done better.
I mean, that is a good sales point.
I just don't think I should have to convince you of anything. It's obviously good. It's going to keep everything nice and sealed and contained, and you could put anything
Now-
in it. You
now
could
this
put a
is- this is-
sandwich or
Agnes
a
is
rock
Upperware.
or this little acorn over here. There's acorns over here, guys. Come on. And she pulls
If it
out a small
contained-
Tupperware container from
Could
her
you-
bag.
Could you contain a demon in this upperware?
Tupperware.
Could it contain a demon?
I've seen
might.
this contain my mama's chili. I think it could contain anything.
So it will do cold things. I like it.
And Flint has seen a man's body
Cold
not
chili.
contain your mama's chili.
Oh my gosh, I love it. I'm not sure if I would necessarily. It's not safe to microwave, so I'm not sure how it's going to respond to demons.
That's a
So
fair point.
You
It's-
can't give small waves at it.
To be fair, I've seen lesser men unable to stand up to spirit guardians, as my dad called it, turning on the microwave.
That is disgusting dictation.
Dictation?
Depictions?
Thank
Depictions.
Depiction.
Dictation?
Dick pic.
Dick
Move on.
Anyways, so
Okay, so the
She-
trajectory has gone. Woo!
yeah,
We're gonna.
so Leora says that you had mentioned, like, what do we do? Do we have to go there? Do we talk to him? Do we do something? She goes, hey, there are times for plans and there are times for sleep. And I think right now all of you should bathe, and then in the morning we can speak of things. And she mostly
Yes.
kind of looks at Flint.
I must oil my beard.
Yes. So
Did I
she
think
she
this
shows
way?
each of you what?
Sorry, nothing.
Oh.
Does
She
she want a
shows
good
each
berry?
of you No, she's seen what's going on, and she's not entirely sure she trusts them.
Agnes would cast
Hmm.
like a whole new handful of them and just make perfect eye contact with Flint as she dumps them in the brine and seals them.
Never grab a good berry from that jar. Da, 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 da.
Why is
She-
it spicy?
You said you could take the heat. It's gonna be just fine. It's gonna be just fine.
Such a good meme.
Ah!
Let's gonna relax for tonight.
She shows you to your rooms, and the evening sets in. As this happens, Agnes,
Yes.
after I'm assuming you took a bath.
Sure. Why not?
You don't have to.
Sure. Why not? I got curly hair. It's crazier than when I went in.
As she opens the door, or knocks on the door, she goes, Agnes, my dear, are you
Yeah.
awake?
I am.
She goes, I'd like you to follow me, please.
Do I need any of my things?
You can take whatever you like, but we're just going down the hall.
Okay, just give me a moment. And she goes to the jars that she put up on the windowsill and had been decorating with and starts putting them away in her bag. Gets them all packed up and goes, okay. And then comes along with her.
As you're walking towards some doors at the end of a hallway, she goes, I can tell there's stress in your eyes because your eyes have stars and your eyes cannot find the stars they're looking for.
It's disconcerting to not be able to find them.
She kind of opens her wings a little bit and flaps them, and you see constellations in her wings for a second.
Now
She goes,
that
I
is
understand.
fun.
She goes, I understand the feeling, but this might help you. And she takes you and opens up big doors of a room, and the room is pitch black. Do you step in?
Pitch black? Yeah, I walk in.
All right. As you walk in, the only light is
As
from.
I walk, actually, she would take chalice form and walk in.
Sure. Naylore
She
does
casts-
the same.
It creates light when she does it, so she would.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
You step into total blackness.
Okay.
And Leora kind of pauses for a second and she goes, actually, I think that might help a little bit here, dearie. And she kind of ruffles her, spreads and kind of closes her wings and ruffles her feathers, and they kind of spray up into the air as they kind of, each one of them exploding like the ones you had seen touching your rock that had touched the edge. And the whole room around you lights up in constellations. But they're Naylore accurate. And she goes, say a time, a date, and a place, and you will see the constellation you wish to see.
She thinks about it for a second, and she lists the date that she arrived in Naylore.
Okay. She goes, well, and here's the great part. The stars do what the stars do, so even if I am not from your time, the sky still knows. And as soon as you say that, all around you, things begin to shimmer and shift and reform the constellations of your first night staring up at the sky.
In her story form, Agnes doesn't have her eyes turn like glassy and full of stars themselves. Yeah. So when she cries in this form, they also kind of look like stars, and a few little tears go down looking up at it. And she asks, can I stay here a while?
And she goes, I'll do you one better there, dearie. And she hands you a notebook, and a pen. The pen you have in your hand is an emerald pen. This is an official item, so you can put that into your...
Okay.
If any of these are game-breaking, James, let me know.
All good.
If any of these are game breaking, sucks to be you, James.
So the
It'll be
emerald
all
pen,
right.
the pen is tipped with an emerald nib, and it requires no ink to write.
Okay.
While holding the pen, you can cast illusionary script at will, requiring no components.
Okay.
She then tells you to choose a random number and open up the notebook. Any number.
60.
As you open it up, the page listed in front of you in the top corner reads with a handwritten 60. She goes, close it, choose another page.
4.
You open it up, and in the center of the book is the page marked 4. And as you kind of thumb the page, kind of confused by being in the center of the book, as you thumb it over, you're at 3, you're at 2, you're at 1. And then the pages, as you go further back, have a little dash with the negative on them. -1, -2, -3. She goes, think a little larger, dearie.
700.
You open up the notebook and you're on page 700. She goes, may you never run out of space in your notebook.
She kind of looks at it for a minute and then looks up like, I'm looking forward to letting you see the real stars again. This is one of the kindest things I've ever been given.
Someone who wants to track the stars should be able to remember every inch of this world. And every inch of every other world they may happen to go to in their time. And there's a lot of sky out there and a lot of things to see in a lifetime.
It's Alara? What's
Leora. my dear.
Leora? Thank you. Leora, can I hug you?
And she kind of course, dearie, if that is something
And
you would like.
bump! You are so hugged. There's like, we are stepping back. How big's the room? You might hit a wall.
And as she leaves you to your device, she accepts your hug gracefully.
As
And she
gracefully
leaves
as
you.
can, with all the weight of my pack behind.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And she leaves you to the room.
Agnes is gonna chart until she falls asleep charting. And she's going to
Sounds good.
start from the day she came to the womb and go backwards until she
Oh,
falls
interesting.
asleep.
Okay. A little bit later, Thomas,
Yes.
you hear a knock on your door. And from the other side of the door, you hear, hello there, cult leader. Do you got a moment to talk?
Thomas, you hear a hum. Haven't been called that for a while, and I believe it was a specific title of my cult, but the
Is it King of
transgression
the
is
Kool-Aid?
forgiven. No, it was something along the lines of, I can't remember. It was too many years ago at this point. Please open the door. And you just see Thomas just sitting, looking out at the stars, looking out at the night sky with a pipe in his mouth.
You see the King Kool-Aid man go through the wall.
Oh, yeah.
you know, I
I'm
guess that's
story.
okay.
What? Pause.
And I mean, it's your house, not mine, so.
The Ken Kool-Aid. Sorry, I'm
It's
dying.
actually a Kenku that got eaten by an ooze, but didn't die and now controls it with magic, but can't escape.
So
It
is
could
it
be
the
the
ooze or is it the glass?
It's the Kenku-zaid.
Oh dear. Oh no.
Well, he's leaning back in what I presume is like some kind of chair or something like that.
She
Uh,
she goes and joins you in a chair by the window.
it's an
So
interesting land you have here.
it is. It is certainly not exactly it feels like home, but it doesn't feel like home, you know?
No, and I've now been in this situation twice where I've entered into a weird magical land and was unable to go home.
Love is a strange thing, isn't it?
Hmm.
I don't know if it is from love, but that's usually what drives you to do crazy things.
Well, love for certain things, yes.
Drugs.
What sort of things?
I was a very adventurous young man, to say the least. I did a lot of bad things when I was younger. I
Bad
make a
bad or bad good?
Well, it depends. What do you call grand theft of money, of property, of well, at one point somebody's life as well.
Well, were they good or bad people?
Who's to say at this point?
Oh, I'm asking what you think. Were they good or bad people?
I probably made them bad people.
Interesting.
Thomas sits up a bit and goes, "But that was an age ago. I am a very different person than I was then."
I see. Do you often worry about time? Where it's going, where it's from, how much you have left?
Um, as Thomas pulls out his pocket watch and opens it and goes, "You could say that. I am very much on borrowed time at this point," and closes it.
Do your eyes always have clocks in them?
Not always. It's only when he's casting magic.
Okay. She kind of pauses for a second and stares out the window with you, and she kind of chuckles to herself and goes, "You know, someone like yourself is quite an enigmatic soul. There's a lot to you every day that changes. You're sort of a ticking time bomb almost, am I right? Never know what'll happen next, if you'll blow up or if you'll run away and start another cult, or if you'll, settle down and have a family. For someone who's so close to time, it feels like you're almost unsure of where your clock is next to tick."
I would say you have some things correct about that assumption, for certain.
Can you stop time?
Can I stop time?
Yes.
No. I cannot stop time. I have explored time a bit. I have been in realms where time is elongated, where time is now frozen, apparently,
Sort of.
and sort of. But it's something that I am very interested in. I'm always trying to get a little bit more out of what was promised to me.
What if I could promise you 16 hours?
16 hours.
Yes.
To do what?
Well, to do as you please, I guess. But
And how would
it
you
must
give
be.
me this?
Well, that would depend on what you plan to use it for.
Well, if it means waking up your goddess and being able to travel back home, I would use some of the time for that.
She goes, well, that's good enough for me, I suppose. And she pulls out a sideways hourglass with 3 parts. The 2 main
Ooh.
chambers and one little top one. The little pull tab on it. She goes,
Okay.
this here will give you the ability. Oh, we lose a James.
Just turned off his camera for a moment. Keep going.
Okay. This will give you the ability, twice, just once each turn of the glass, to put yourself into a suspended state of time. You cannot leave where you are. You cannot, unfortunately, attack your enemy. But it might give your friends a bit of a respite, a bit of a time to relax for a little bit. Say, as a giant axe comes to cleave off your head, give yourself a moment away.
And you see Thomas pull out a few stones just from his pocket.
Mm-hmm.
And you see from his other bag, you see a small scale come out. He puts it there, and he puts a couple of the stones on the scale. And he asks to hold the item for a second.
Sure, of course. Do as you please.
And he feels the weight of it. He puts it on the scale. And as if magically, the scale balances out as he puts certain stones on it. The stones definitely don't look like they would weigh what this item weighs, but just kind of balances out. He nods to himself. The bennies have changed a lot of who I was. I believe in balance. I believe in fair play. We will wake your goddess. And he puts the scale away.
But does he
And
take the hourglass?
He does take the hourglass.
Okay. You have, once the sand is allowed to flow from the side chamber, 2 uses that will essentially give you 2 long rests, whenever you want them.
Okay.
That's the 16 hours. You get 2 8-hour long rests.
Or you could do it in the middle of the day and do something else.
You can't really go anywhere. It's kind of like a little bubble of time. You see things slowly around you, but you can't really leave your bubble. But you are.
That sounds like pooping in peace. Twice.
What?
Flint eats a lot of bad food. like it's a full-time gig for him. He doesn't work at the gates full-time. That's his part-time gig. His full-time gig is taking his peaceful
Eating and
time on the-
pooping. Why do you think I need to make my own shoes?
Thomas looks up and says, and pauses after he just has an imagination of what a certain party member would do with those 8 hours. And he breathes and goes, "This is a wondrous gift. We will do, or at least I will, make sure that we deal with this father."
Yes, please use it wisely. This is my last one, and most people who've used them did not choose the most opportune times. You'd be surprised how many people make the trek up here to join the cause, and then, when given a magical item, use it to stare at a quite round derriere for a little bit too long. It is not nice, it is unpleasant, and they were certainly punished.
Well, again, when I was younger, but anyway.
This item, by the way,
Yes.
can be used as a reaction on anybody's turn,
Oh my.
but you get 2 of them. And that is it.
That makes sense.
I'm not foreshadowing the shitstorm that's going to be coming at all.
Literally.
Oh my god.
Flint.
Your words, not mine. I'm not here.
Is there a radius? Like, okay, what's the radius?
It's like a 15. Well, it's enough for all of you to kind of sit on the floor in this little bubble of time.
Yeah, my
Or-
question is like, if we're on a battlefield and we decide to enact this, how close do we have to be to each other before we start it?
Give us crunchy rules.
Yeah, rules as written game. Rules as written game. What are the rules?
All
Tell me
right,
the
all
rules.
right,
I need the
all right,
rules.
What's the
If you
item
guys are
called?
all, if you guys, I'm gonna make the rule right now. If all of you are together within the same space that this is activated, you will have that time together. Okay.
Okay.
If it is activated when you are not together,
Yep.
your little time bubbles will happen individually. And you
So
will
if we
not be able to
kumbaya,
communicate.
we get to have friends, and if we kumbaya don't, we have to be by ourselves.
Kumbaya don't.
Yes.
Kumbaya don't, my lord.
You cannot you cannot do anything like casting spells or attacking from it. It's like its own little contained space.
It's basically a rod of security. But time doesn't pass outside.
Yeah.
Cool.
So it doesn't allow you to escape anywhere. You don't really even get a lot of not much you can plan because you're kind of stuck there. But you can heal up with a long rest.
So to a point that you made, if there is an axe coming down on your neck and you choose to do it, do you have a range of motion with it, or when you start time again, are you in the exact same spot as when you stop time?
Crunchy rules.
You are within your 5-foot square.
Okay.
If you've got an axe coming at you here,
Yeah.
and it's already about to connect, and you
Yep.
decide to sit on the ground,
Mhm.
at the end of your time,
Mhm.
that axe will go over your head and miss.
Okay.
However, if you find yourself in a position where you can't move, things will continue happening as they were. You will just have had your chance to rest.
And put some shit in the way.
I debated
Like Flint.
making it that the
Like
That the-
Flint.
Like me.
I debated having the 8 hours pass in an instant,
Mm.
but we'll see what happens.
I like the idea that the room is okay. If this ends up being what happens, I'm sorry for ruining the ending for you all. Spoilers, but wouldn't it be just awesome if the room was about to be engulfed by 6 fireballs and we stop time to have a final goodbye and then we all die beautifully tragic deaths? I would love it so much.
Well,
And
there goes the
Agnes
campaign. No.
character we love shows up. Agnes has become more macabre.
Welcome to
Yes.
the stream.
I
So-
like it.
Thomas, as she gives you this hourglass, she
Mhm.
kind of like takes a feather out, kind of plucks it. She goes, "Give this a try, dearie." She kind of like twists the feather and pulls off from the stem,
Mhm.
kind of puts it on the thing in front. He goes, "Try that in your pipe and tell me how great of a night you have this evening." And you can see that
Rats.
it still kind of has that, circle of the stars druid glow to it, that sort of thing in the little pile on the desk.
And you just see Thomas just go like, "Well, I've only learned I've learned a couple of things in my life. One of them is for sure, always give something a try twice because you never know if you like it the first time." And Thomas
Catch us
loads up
in
his pipe and cheers.
There you go. Catch us in 6 weeks when we have the one shot Thomas's trip.
Thomas's Adventures in Wonderland.
which I kind of want to do as a fireside, but I
We
digress.
absolutely should. I'm clipping this.
Killian.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Thomas.
No,
What
no,
were
no,
you
no, no,
saying?
no, no. Thomas says nothing else as he begins to light his pipe.
Right. As you put the fire to it, it's like as if you had sprinkled that colored flame dust, kind of sparks up in multiple colors.
Yeah.
I knew a man who cooked a hot dog on that stuff and had to go to the hospital.
I was gonna say that sounds like a terrible idea.
That
It
sounds
really-
like a real story.
That's
Like,
Kyle
I used
for
to
ya.
live
It
in
is
like
a real
punk
story.
house.
Please do not cook on those
No.
magical embers. It is
No.
a bad idea.
No, I used to live in a punk house with a bunch of punks, and we used to take like butane canisters and throw them in our fire pit. And if the flame shot at you, you were the unlucky one.
That's also
anyways.
very
Also,
stupid.
a really bad idea.
Legends of Logomancy does not endorse
If you die, you're the
improper
unlucky one.
fire pit habits.
We also had a swing. Hold on, we also had a swing that you could swing over the fire pit with, and yeah, we would do jump off competitions. No one ever landed in the fire pit. I will say.
Okay, but you just decided. What'd you call that game? Roast pig? Like
Roasting
What-
chestnuts.
I think it was roasting chestnuts up. Anyways. Anyways, Killian, you get a knock on your door, and you hear Leora's voice say, "I understand you might not want me to enter here, dear, but am I free to open the door?"
Oh, of course.
She comes in and she sits down on the bed next to you. She goes, "I need to reiterate that I was not there when your family was taken. I had long since left. And while I may have been part of the problem for a while, I am certainly trying to be the cause of the end."
I know.
Just worries me so because you came here as like a little young lad and you've done so well for yourself. You are one of the few who's actually survived. Which, of course, does not put much of a good tone to my name either that way, but it's a harsh world out there. I appreciate that you do not blame me. But I must say that while they are quite a motley crew, you are most certainly the one who's probably going to be the one keeping them alive. There are some that I believe can take care of themselves, which is all of them, but I don't believe they would take care of themselves. That Flint one seems like the kind of lad who would lose an arm and keep charging and lose an arm and keep charging while the healer keeps trying to call him back.
'Tis but a flesh wound.
Yeah, he does seem to be the type to try and gnaw someone to death after losing all his limbs.
We'll call it a tie.
She goes, "I need you to be strong, so I've got a gift for you here. It took me a while to find and even longer to well, tune, I suppose, would be the right word. And with her kind of weird human bird hands, she grabs your hand and she slides a ring onto it.
Now you're just making it creepy.
I think it's time for us to get married. No.
I was gonna say, now you're married.
Marriage.
Marriage.
She
We're mature.
slides a ring onto your finger,
I've claimed a lot of
and you
things
now
about myself.
have a ring of resistance tuned to radiant damage.
Ooh, radiant.
I saw James' lip twitch there for a second. Hope that's not game breaking either.
No. Killian's gonna die after this arc. It's fine. No,
I mean, we already put one of his characters like permanently locked
as Santa.
as Santa. What are we gonna do with his one?
That's true.
Murder.
She goes, she kind of explains to you that, as you know, the father has kind of chosen this as his magic of choice, let's say. So if you're to keep them alive, you need to try and keep yourself alive. So hopefully this keeps you, well, alive. Make sure you don't do anything stupid, and you'll be just fine. Staying alive. Staying alive. We have 10 more seconds before we get copyright struck.
Only happened on the Christmas stream. No other streams.
Wait, did we
Did
actually?
we actually?
Yeah.
For
It's
what
fine.
song?
The one that played for like 2.5 hours straight. It is fine. It's nothing bad.
Did we
They
have
were
a
just-
license to play that song?
I retrieved it from a place that said it was okay, and it wasn't okay.
It's fine. It's
All
not
the
one of the
music-
bad strikes.
Oh no.
Every single one of the music that was played in that stream was procured from the same source. None of the other ones caused an issue, but that one did.
It was a flag, not a strike. There's a
Yeah.
difference
Okay.
where they're just like, it's fine. But
But
Why?
future holiday episodes will be completely tuned to the choir a la Logomancy, and everyone will be required to sing the background music.
Hungry for Skittles.
Use the force or is.
No, now you're gonna get us copyright struck for something else.
Dun, dun, dun,
Now
dun,
you're
dun, dun, dun,
You're
dun,
gonna
dun,
get
dun,
Disney
dun,
after
dun.
you.
Yeah.
Oh God, no.
Bro,
thank
I've
you.
already had Disney after me. It wasn't fun. Anyways, that's a story for another day.
We've now returned to our regularly
Yes,
scheduled
for everyone
programming.
watching, we're getting back to our D&D here. Is there any other things you want to discuss with Leora, or are you kind of at peace?
We're pretty at peace. I'm a little
It's almost break time. It's squirrely in here.
I think we need to get to Flint's present before we go to break. And
This is what you get.
She-
This is the whole arc.
Yeah, make
Yeah.
sure to hit that subscribe button here on the tubes.
For quality content.
Yeah.
I'd say we're like 90% critical role level. Just gonna throw it out there.
I mean, it's not a basement orgy, but I mean, I'll take it.
God, I love that episode, but Matt Mercer put up such a good face during all that.
He did his best.
Anyways,
Oh yeah. No, this is the new heart. Do you guys know that? Like,
Yeah, it's
Like
the wrong
this.
heart.
no, it's
I like this.
yeah.
or like
It's-
this one that we always
Or
do.
one person does
Or
this and the other
Less
person
than
does this.
3.
Yeah, the
Oh.
friendship heart.
Oh,
I like
No, the
here.
the frozen heart.
Oh damn it. Okay. Oh, sorry. Pause for a second. Melissa, you do
Yeah.
this at the top of your screen.
I do this at the top of my screen.
Yeah, okay, now James. Yeah, James. Yeah.
Hold on. No.
Yeah.
Oh, bananas.
Yeah.
Yay,
Close
with
enough.
the power of friendship.
With the power of
Oh,
friendship,
man.
we'll murder a god.
Well, that depends.
I mean, maybe.
We've spent 45 minutes on this conversation.
Yep. So, Killian, giving your kind of nod of approval in your quiet way, she leaves the ring with you and goes on her way. Flint, what are you doing? Are you still in the bath? Are you sleeping? Flint, you were asleep. Flint, do you
In the
hear the
bath.
knock at the door?
Yes. Hello. Hello.
Can I come in, dearie?
Hello.
I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is your house. So, yes.
Well, it's still your private room tonight, dearie, but I appreciate the welcoming.
My
Are you
person
dressed?
thanks you.
Are you wearing clothing?
Probably not.
I am decent.
Notice how you're the only one she asked this to.
Which
He
is kind of
he is in-
surprising thinking
He
about
is in his
Thomas.
small clothes, and you see his armor off to the side with a fresh sheen applied to it.
Hmm.
But yes, he is decent. He ripples and is oiled.
Now, does it have a fresh Charlie sheen?
No.
Martin sheen?
That's more of a
No
powdery
tiger
thing than
blood
than a
here.
glisten.
We haven't encountered any yet.
Oh gosh,
How can
please
I
move it. Please
help
moving
you?
right along. Please.
All right. Anyways, how are you finding it all here?
I have to admit, the quality of the blankets is excellent. That said,
Oh,
it all drives me a bit bananas.
well, what would make you feel a little more at home here?
Going home. This whole place is a little weird, and there's a bunch of people that don't like each other, that are in control, and everybody's been downtrodden on, and that doesn't seem very fair. This is not a nice place. Not your place specifically. This place seems very nice, but the whole bottle place, it has. And he crashes for a second, and he's like, "Ah, sorry. What was I saying? Yes, your home is lovely, and I love your hospitality."
she thank you, dearie. And she kind of like stares at you for a second and goes, "You're not one for the magic, are you?"
I've been told that my boots are magic, but I believe I understand what you're putting down.
And what is that, dearie?
I'm not one for the magics. I believe is what you
No.
said. That's what you're putting down.
No, so I wasn't sure what to give someone like you, because it's quite obvious you love your armor, you love your weapons.
This is woodcutter, and he like pulls it up from beside his pillow. It's very special to me. One day, I will kill the tree that took my wife.
Oh,
They can't be trusted.
okay then. I did not see that coming there. So you found yourself in the place of a dryad.
I'm sorry. That's probably incredibly personal and an affront to your sensibilities.
I don't understand.
Are you saying you're a dryad? Flint is not an intelligent man. He's picking up every third word.
No, I am not a dryad. I'm not a tree. I'm a kenku. I'm a bird.
You see, trees are devious and cunning. And they put all sorts of people. I believe people like Agnes up to no good. But Agnes is too smart to fall for the tree's plans. I don't know about the mushrooms. As I understand, she has a connection with the mushrooms. Are mushrooms and trees connected? I must do further study. And he says the word study really, really long. It's like, I need to examine the analytics of that.
Animal.
He says,
Just pull a Riley and completely mispronounce the word. It's fine.
it's fine, it's fine. He says, someday I will make it home. And I will take my revenge.
I'm suddenly so invested in your backstory. It almost makes up for the voice.
Almost, but not quite.
But not quite.
And he says, I like this axe. It's helped me through some hard times. I've had to fuck my way out of very sticky situations with this axe.
And now I understand the terminology where he uses fuck.
He's just straight-laced looking at this Kenku lady.
I can't remember. Are you wearing pants?
No! I'm wearing small clothes.
Okay, good.
He's in his tidy whities.
Great.
He's
This is
Walter
now-
Whiting it here. He's got a
She's
blanket.
kind of had one-
He's doing okay.
No, you have an owlbear.
You know, technically the owlbear is like stretched out on a chair over in the corner with a big bucket full of flesh that's been slowly scraped off. That's what he did before going to bed.
That's a lot
It's
of
how you
forethought.
make blankets out of
The
owlbears.
incense help out so much.
Yes.
She kind of stares at you and goes, I'm not quite sure what sort of gift to give you, if I'm being honest. So I'll give you a choice. And she presents with you a whetstone and a flagon of ale. You can leave it to chance, or you can learn about what each one is.
My axe doesn't get dull because it's magical. You see, when weapons are magical, they
I
have
understand
certain
what you-
properties.
Yes,
Oh.
dearie.
Okay. You confused me for a moment.
It's. Do you want to know what the stone does? I suppose.
I believe it's meant to sharpen weapons. That's normally what whetstones do. You see,
exactly.
when the hardness of a whetstone
She lets you carry
exceeds
on and
the hardness
explain
of
this.
a weapon,
She goes, dearie, do you want an explanation or you just want to choose?
please, I am not a bright man.
Before you are two items.
Yeah.
One is a whetstone that, when used on a weapon, each day, spending 10 minutes, will give it a +1 to its damage. Or what she calls a microbrewery. It is a glass with a sippy cup top.
It needs a sippy cup.
Inside, she explains, is a tiny little realm. The entirety of this realm are little pixies
Sorry, what?
whose only job is to run a brewery in your tiny little glass to constantly provide it with beer. It is a microbrewery.
And they deliver it directly to my mouth?
They certainly do, dearie.
Now, do they take requests?
I suppose you could try.
May I?
Certainly.
I mean,
And he
I
says,
just want this item in real goddamn life.
provide me a
You want the
curly
enslaved
straw.
brewer?
And you see this like tiny, tiny, tiny little, like, as though being built by tiny little pixie hands, curly straw, built out of scaffolding. And he's like, this is so goddamn beautiful. May I
Most
hug
certainly.
you?
I suppose.
Thank you. And he stands up from the bed and walks over with his little dwarf legs and claps her around the waist. And it probably dumps down her back a little bit because he's not thinking.
It's fine. She's waterproof. She's a bird. In your hands, you have a microbrewery.
I love it.
Inside that microbrewery, time works even stranger. When you request an ale, the entire time it takes to create that ale happens inside that mug, but is delivered to you in an instant.
I love it.
I will note, the pixies who run this brewery wear flat caps and absolutely love it. They all have neck tattoos and they'd rather be doing nothing else.
As is right with the world.
Yes.
So I made this item like years ago for fun as a joke. And I was like, I'll present it as an option just because.
Yeah, they're like, do you want to hit harder or do you want beer?
I already
not just
have a
any
plus
beer.
1x.
So
No, no.
now we know the truth.
It's not a plus
behind
one to
how the-
hit.
Mhm.
It's just an extra 1 damage on each hit,
Yeah.
no matter what.
One thing is better than the other.
Doesn't
Now
matter.
we know
I
the
got
truth,
beer.
The truth behind how the endless flagon actually works.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. I like
I-
that theory.
I personally think that this item is amazing.
Yes.
And Riley is very happy just in general that it exists.
They take requests. I'm assuming only non-magical liquids.
Oh.
I'm assuming only non-magical liquids. Make me a healing beer.
Roll a d20.
Okay.
This is the greatest fucking item.
Roll high.
That's a 14.
Negative. You can be provided with a healing potion or a healing beer if you request on your once per day request. You will get 1 potion from it, but only if you roll a nat 20 when you make your request.
I like it. There's no reason not to try.
Now, I should note there is always house beer on tap. So if you don't have a thought or you forgot to make your choice, or you waste your choice trying to get a magical item, there is still house draft.
Boys and gals, I would humbly request that you section off 1 portion of my cup for a distillery. And I'm literally just going to spend the whole time using this thing like a bullhorn, talking to my new elves.
I made a mistake.
This is the greatest. This is the greatest fucking item in the world.
The tankard of the grinding stone has been added.
You just gave him a demi-plane of slaves.
Not
It's very
slaves,
clear that these pixies want to be there
companions.
making this alcohol.
Well, I was about to say it's a demi-plane. So technically, this is one entrance to their demi-plane. The other entrance is like on a brewer's lane of pixie places where people just go in and out of breweries, and they're just one of the
Agnes,
breweries.
You need to learn plane shift to get into my cup.
Oh no!
I
She
have a
doesn't know you have this
question,
yet.
DM. If they
Yes.
plane shift to the level of my cup and I stick my hand inside, is my hand really big to their eyes? And if
Cannot open
so,
the cup.
Hmm?
You cannot open the cup. That's the sippy cup top. It is a magically sealed sippy cup.
Flint, I figured out where I can banish you to.
a plane of happiness and
Exactly.
love,
You're gonna live such a wonderful life there.
avenging my wife with
I
my
need
new
to know your
companions.
story. Yeah, I need to know the story. I have
I'll
no
have to tell you.
chill about the backstory lore. I need to know right now.
Oh.
but you're not going to tell me, so that's
You
fine.
know, there's a pretty reasonable chance that as we were traveling for 7 weeks, Flint,
2 weeks.
well, we shared a cell side by side
You
for a while.
True.
My wife was taken from me by the trees. Therefore, I must gain revenge against the trees. Trees are devious, cunning creatures that are forever moving and growing, ancient, powerful, but not immortal, much like killing a god.
Which
you know
forest?
most trees don't really move.
Which forest, Flint?
No, but they plan. My wife was taken north of the womb,
I've
past
in those-
Orenstrad, in the mountains, by the
Oh.
trees. She was there one moment, and then the trees persuaded a man to tell her to go with him, and they served me papers. More,
Divorce papers?
more devious tricks by the trees. They left their young in my hands and fled.
Their young paper.
Flint,
I swore revenge that day
Flint, you're
against the
as dense
trees.
as that wood.
Hmm?
Flint, you're as dense as that wood.
They are a cunning foe, so I will take that as an compliment.
It's not.
My axe has been magically enchanted specifically to cleave trees in twain.
That's what axes do, Flint.
As you guys were probably walking, Flint walked over to like a stump and dropped his axe, and it went through like a hot knife through butter through a tree.
Yep. Sorry, I like
Fuck
harassing
trees!
Flint.
Fuck trees!
Oh, and you know what? Actually, this even helps out. And it's the first time that she saw that, she was like, "Wow, man, that must have taken a lot out of you." And for the first time, she opened up a jar of liquid. It's like, "Would you like a good berry?"
Yes! Why is it spicy?
Don't
We
worry
should.
about it.
Flint appreciates his flagon, or his tankard of the microbrew, and probably doesn't sleep very well that night because his internal monologue that he doesn't have is constantly getting like whispered into this thing, and they're like, he just keeps asking for things. I don't know how to make that kind of thing. Why does he keep talking to us?
He's asking us to make. He's asking us to make vodka. We don't have the tanks for it. We don't have the.
The taters.
We don't have the. We don't have the taters. We don't have anything. I don't know what the fuck he's asking us for.
Yes. Flint's just muttering in his sleep at this point.
I think he's asleep.
Flint dreams out loud.
Oh, you're muted.
You're muted back. There you are.
You all, go to sleep. Flint with his ramblings, Agnes in her sleepy stupor, Killian probably just going to sleep like a normal dude,
In my own bed.
and Thomas, maybe he's asleep. He's not sure.
He's got
He's
two
something.
rings that are glowing, and he's just like,
He's got multicolored smoke rings going around his head.
She's a
Yeah.
bird person who didn't want to be a person bird.
What does that make her?
no, Thomas, I'm the one with no internal monologue. Are you becoming me?
But what is a bird who is a person, but a person who wants to be a bird?
Bird person. You see,
And you scream yourself to sleep. And then, at that, we will take our break.
absolutely. We'll be back in just a little while. Give it about 10 minutes, give or take. See you soon.
back, everybody. Currently, our DM is missing. We are going to be playing the Find the DM game. If you want to
the
open up your
DM
book.
is using that hourglass of 8 hours of pooping.
Welcome to whatever this will be as we fill your time for the next 8 hours.
Of pooping.
So, I'm thinking about playing a Where's Waldo game here.
Okay.
And we're going to play kind of Where is Mac? And
Now,
Okay.
is Mac here?
Is Mac here?
or Mac
Is Mac
here?
here?
Is Mac here? Everyone put on your special looking eyeglass. Where is
yep.
Mac? Appreciate you buying into my bit.
No worries.
Currently, Ryan's just like, no.
No.
I feel like Ryan
I'm not
currently doesn't
into
wanna,
any of
like-
that romper room bullshit.
I see how it is. I hope Mac is okay. And
He's
not.
muted right now, so we can't tell if he's yelling at us from another room. He can just hear us yelling at him.
There is that.
Yeah.
It'll be
Um,
okay. It'll be all right.
So we've all agreed we're going to wake up this goddess.
Yes.
I think so.
I think that's the plan.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool. Excellent.
And
I
then
recommend.
stab that Merriman
Oh
in
my
the face. Random owlbear. I needed a second blanket.
Oh my gosh, the little finger on the
Mac, I have so many questions about why you have a polar bear.
I basically
Coca-Cola
have one,
polar
and that
bear.
is why do you have a polar bear?
I have one, and why do I not? You know what? Actually, hold on. Let me zoom in a little.
Oh no.
I also
yeah.
have a Coke polar bear.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah,
No, you got two.
I got two.
Man, that camera's ridiculous.
Right?
The difference is that my polar bear is from, I've had that since I was like 7. It's
That's
from a
impressive.
convenience store. It's from a convenience store. Sorry,
That's
I
a
could
Ranger
still
camera
hear you in
again.
here, but you couldn't hear me. I was trying to yell out to my mic, but then you said it was muted, and I was like, "Oh, okay."
We just
then-
figured you were pooping.
No, cat things. And as I was leaving, I was like, "I'm gonna grab the bear."
So we've
That's good.
decided, Mac. We're going to
Yes.
kill a god.
By waking it up.
Well,
I didn't say I
that's
wanted
just
to kill it. I'm gonna make a friend, and then I'm gonna use it to raise the trees.
alternate plan. Why do? Here's the thing. It wouldn't be very sporting to kill it while it's sleeping. Therefore, we should wake this god first, if it is indeed a god. And then, if it's kind of a dickhead, then we'll kill it?
I love the level 6 players being like, "We're gonna kill a god."
Let's pin that and label that like plan.
Well, first of all,
Zed.
it's not a god. It made a deal. Gods don't make deals.
What's that?
I think they can. It's not outside of their ability.
No, they like I believe there's
no
kind
rule
of
there that says
ruling.
gods can't make deals.
Gods
I'm
that
sure there's
don't
probably
make
even-
deals.
What's
That's
that
There's probably
the thing.
Pokemon
even
meme?
some
It's
some
like-
sort of god that is about making deals.
What's
the
that
god of the
Pokemon
deal
meme?
or
It's
something
like,
like
you're 10 years old. Here's a Pokemon, go do a thing. And it's like, start off fighting Pidgeys, end the game fighting God.
Yeah.
And
One of my favorite
capturing
things.
God.
So
Yeah, sure.
now that I'm back,
Hello.
From outer space.
Just walked in to find
look, I just
Asir.
walked in to find my polar bear all up in my space. I'd spent so many nights thinking how it'd do me wrong. I did grow strong, and me and it actually learned how to get along. So
And now you're back.
You know, exactly.
What happens
To
next?
roll some dice. Anyways, the night sees you sleep away your troubles. Morning comes and you are invited down for a lovely breakfast.
We
Thomas
eat that
is
breakfast.
Thomas is very late to that breakfast. By the time you guys are like done, you're almost done like a 3/4 of it. Thomas like comes stumbling in. Morning.
Thomas, your eyes are going backwards.
Are they?
Thomas, if you sit in place for too terribly long, do you collapse backwards like a tumbling form of bricks that reforms in your head when you stand up straight?
That's a good way how to describe the end of a trip.
Mushrooms!
But no,
Sure.
this was different.
So I'll try and fast track you guys through breakfast, or else we'll be here for an hour. That
Thank
will
you
make
for
very
indulging us
boring.
for the amount of time you did.
You're welcome. To move you along, as you eat your breakfast, Leora kind of brings up a comment that you had made previously. You should go to the church and solve your problem. She tells you that she thinks that's exactly what you should do. And that there are a few options. You're free to make your own decisions, but I'll give you a few options. But again, choose what you think is best for yourself. She says you can go straight through the door. You can walk right on through that front door and hope for the best. If you're brazen enough. She says you could go through the rat tunnels, which are tunnels long forgotten, but still utilized by a few in the church. Down there you'll find weird creatures and mages who'd gone mad that work as great protection. So they leave them down there to feast on what they find.
Will there be
Or
rats?
there most certainly will be. Or you do both. You find someone else to go through the front door while you go in through the back.
Flint
Or
likes
leave
the
it up to your
back door.
imagination and you decide what you want to do.
Why am I not surprised?
No internal monologue.
I
Oh,
need Mad, though.
yeah.
You guys, I can hear you. I need Mad, though. You guys keep talking.
Well, do we take the rat hole in the back door? Or do we go in the front door? Like a gentleman.
I think we send
I-
Flint in the front and the rest of us go in the back.
Ah, the double whammy. I like the way you think, Killian.
Well, if we were going to be talking about dealing with this in general, if we just walk in and kill the father, people probably won't like that too much, and people will not rally to our side.
Also, really hard to kill immortal people.
Well, immortal just means doesn't die from age. A knife through the heart will still kill a man.
Immortal and invulnerable are two different things. Now, question.
I mean,
If he, if he's...
I've heard that he's kind of survived a lot of like the assassination attempts and
does
all
that mean that I have to leave my axe in his face for perpetuity?
I will make you a new axe when we get back to the womb if it comes to that.
I would take it. Now, it seems like we have two choices. Kill every man, woman, and child that has sworn themselves to this man, father, person. Not to the goddess. God, goddess? I was not clear on the details of what's in their pants.
Entity of some sort that can move planes, if you will, or large chunks of land.
Powerful entity. So we can either kill Father and everyone that thinks like him until only the people left are the people that think like us, or we find this entity and we tattle on Father, and that entity will be like, whoa, man, that's not cool, and take away all his power, and then he'll crumble like a little withered dick.
The question is, where is this entity?
Leora, you know where the entity sleeps. Please, tell us now.
I suppose I do, yes. At least the last time I was there. They are in the main chamber atop a tower, heavily guarded, of course, behind large doors, behind the main dais of where the father does his, I guess you could call it work.
So what you're saying is the easiest thing to do is to cause a magical earthquake and bring the tower down, because a god
I
wouldn't
was-
be perturbed.
I would be surprised if this place came down.
Agnes, do your thing from here.
Agnes takes a deep breath, looking very, very, very intensely at Flint. Like, okay.
From behind his back, Thomas is doing prestidigitation.
And with
Words
some-
and phrases.
With some decidedly like earthbender stances. She goes, "Oh!"
She pops a
and
squat.
From outside, there is a rumbling sound.
I like it.
Yes.
Thomas is probably like holding Flint's armor and just shaking him a little bit. I can feel your power from here. It's good.
Have a good berry.
I'm going to get fat.
You are the most athletic person I know. If I wasn't making sure you had all the energy you needed to cleave all those trees, I wouldn't be doing my job.
I'm just saying that I have to squat with every step to burn them off.
And
It's
that's why your legs
exhausting.
are so powerful. Have a good berry.
You're not wrong. And he takes the good berry,
It's still healing you. It's just also
feeding me for a
trying
day
to
every time I
trying
eat
to
one.
poison you. Yeah.
So, Leora, if the goddess is in the tower, goddess, how do we communicate with them?
Sorry, I blipped out. I accidentally refreshed the window. What did you say?
If the goddess is in the tower behind all those guards and Father themselves, and we can't get to them in a sensible way, what do you recommend?
I mean, you're going to have to fight your way through.
Okay, because I'm not gonna lie, stealth is not my strong suit. The sound of my ass cheeks clapping together over and over again alerts the guards.
All right there, Solid Snake.
Caught that, did you?
I did.
I'm
I
dummy
did.
thick. From Agnes's berries.
There are two ways that could be taken, and I'm going to take it neither.
Okay, so new plan. New plan. Flint goes in the front door.
The most non-magical of us. They'll believe
s-
me.
We stay here.
So what you're saying is I should infiltrate from within, become a paladin of this man's religion, work my way through the ranks using my
What?
dwarven heritage.
See, and I think we just sent,
Sir, we
sent
only
him in
have
the
2
front door
episodes left.
and used him as a distraction,
Okay, so
right? See,
I-
while
I
they're
like that
killing
idea.
him,
yeah.
we can sneak in and
Okay. So here's my thought. My real thought. I think we need to go in through the sewers because I agree with Thomas that we can't just like bombard in the front. We're going to be the bad guys. No one's ever going to buy in. We need to sneak in. We can't split the party because we're only level 6. So we're going to die in the rat sewers. So we're all going through the rat sewers.
Agnes is the
Right.
brightest among us. I believe her plan has merit.
I believe it
Not
does.
just because she looks like twinkly stars.
Will you go alone, or will you try and garner some
Twinkle,
support from the
twinkle,
locals?
little star.
Would the locals be able to help us at all? As I understand, Killian is the strongest among you. Everyone else died.
I mean, any distraction's a good distraction, I suppose.
And not really the strongest.
I was gonna say.
They just kinda-
I don't think this man has a single
I
damage
mean,
spell.
you have some persona about you. With the
I can
wibbledy
feel.
bits in your hands.
No, the wibbly bits are in my pants.
Anyways,
There's two of them.
I see. Oh, technically I haven't seen, but hence my misunderstanding.
Good. You're not supposed to.
Guys,
Good.
guys, we belong in the
I
gutter.
don't-
Let's
I don't
go
that kind of
there.
magic.
We're going to go to the gutter. Doing this thing.
Well, Thomas actually looks up and goes, "Well,
They're not going to trust my appearance too much.
We'll make you some shoes and
How
a
about-
hat. They won't know the difference.
there's no.
How about we capitalize on that
Oh,
and let people get some glimpses of him in the city?
I mean,
And
Thomas would die a brutal death.
Right.
Look at the man.
well, no, we don't let him get caught. But if we can get them, raise a bunch of people, raise an outcry about a demon in the city, right, and get them to try and get the church to
to deal with me,
Right, take
and then
care
all
of
of a
it.
sudden, a lot of their guards leave the towers.
Yeah. Right. So they're all out of the church looking for him. Well, we're sneaking in the back way.
Now there is an idea.
But would that not put Thomas in danger?
I can get out of danger. Don't worry about that, and I can easily get into the sewers afterwards.
But
This is not a bad idea.
when do you convince Father that he's got a demon in his pants?
Well,
And that
if I
it-
have
to
a
turn
chance
his
to talk to him, I will try. But
did you just
any
go for
kind of
Daddy?
doubt. Sorry.
how do you convince all of his followers?
But I could have heard it too.
Is this about me? I missed something.
It's fine. Keep
Okay,
going.
okay,
You're
okay,
fine. Keep going.
okay.
I don't know if it's a good thing that the DM is trying to hide
Yeah.
himself in his hoodie.
This is episode 2. This is like how we know we've done our jobs as players. Is the DM has resigned 6 hours in.
He's just become a beard.
But yeah, no, I think that I personally, I think that is a good idea if we can try and convince people that there is either a demon, or B, that I'm not a demon. Any which way, I think would be a good idea.
Thomas,
You're not a demon, right?
Oh,
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure because I mean, some of the stuff you say sometimes sounds a little.
I am an
Demonic.
estranged person, and I am turning a new leaf. I have been for the last 20 years. I am not a demon. I am a
20 years is a
satyr.
long time to turn in your life.
Yes.
Satan?
it takes a while when you're constantly high, and your motivation's
Yes.
in the toilet. Now, Thomas,
Yes.
I'm worried for your safety. It doesn't seem very fair for you to draw all the attention away from us so we can infiltrate.
I will
We
catch
just
up.
go together.
We could all just go together. But that said, we could also poison the entire town.
Let's
No.
not do that.
No, hear me out. We'll find a bunch of those awesome mushrooms that Thomas found, and we'll put them in the water supply. Everyone will be really distracted. And that way, even if they see us, we'll just wave our hands. really fast and then carry on.
I actually don't mind that plan.
I mean, they'll be hungry and probably need some water, but everybody should be okay.
Auntie, we're going to need all your feathers.
I mean, I don't want innocent people to have to suffer. He is just straight facing this. He is the straight man all the way through.
Well, I mean, I have seen that work for a couple of different cults. Just drug them all
What's
up
it
and they'll
called?
believe whatever you say.
Feeding everyone the Kool-Aid.
There's a different connotation for that part, but I like this idea. But we should get going any which way. We have a deadline to meet.
Yes. Isn't it like 4 weeks worth of travel?
Exactly.
No, I'll just teleport you to the town.
That's much more convenient.
If you can
Killian, why
teleport us
didn't
to
you
the town,
do
why
that
didn't
last
you do
time?
that the last time?
Well, because the magic happens where so I'm not going to imagine right to town. It'll be out nearest to the town. You have to make your own way in because they can track when these things happen. That's why you were given about a week's away from where I am.
Ah, I understand. He doesn't
So
understand.
if I bamf you into town, you'll have a few hours before they arrive, I suppose.
Hmm.
Well, we best get started to get there anyway.
Okay, so we'll go under the town. We'll enter through these rat tunnels.
The
Will.
town and the church are two very different things.
Okay. We'll enter the
Sorry,
rat tunnels
maybe I didn't
underneath
make
the
this clear.
church.
Think of the church like an entire section of downtown of our city.
Okay.
Multiple large buildings, multiple city blocks worth of like
Mhm.
stuff.
And the
Like-
rat tunnels are below the church. You've called them catacombs underneath the church, long forgotten.
Kind of, basically, yeah.
So we'll enter.
I
into
cannot
the
send
town.
you anywhere near the church, she
Yeah,
says.
no.
That is
We'll find a place down below. We'll enter into the church using our wits and girding our loins. And then we'll find this goddess and
And
tattle
we'll
on father.
sacrifice you to her, and then she'll listen to us.
I don't believe she takes sacrifices because her power has mostly been gained from people praying to her. I believe, Agnes, that that's the wrong kind of deity. If this person or entity is even a deity.
One day I'll have you talk to mine.
Take everything literally.
I literally talk to my deities. It's okay.
Good. I wouldn't trust one otherwise.
Well then.
Tempest provides, and he taps the little hammer on his neck.
so she can get you to the nearest town. Because again, these are specific portals. You went to a specific cave to activate a specific thing,
Mhm.
to activate the teleportation spell. She can get you nearest to the city. What is your plan once you arrive? Are you running straight for the tunnels? Are you
I think we need to probably try and convince the town. Like, I don't know. Like, what are you guys thinking? Like, honestly, like table talk kind of thing like that.
Agnes,
Are you guys thinking we should get people on our side or just go straight for it?
let's be rebels. We don't have time to raise a rebellion. We need to Han
Okay.
Solo this
Yeah,
shit.
I just want to go I want to go in through the rat tunnels, infiltrate, assassinate, and get out.
All right.
Agnes, Jules cast a spell on me once that made my
Yeah.
armor not go clunkety clunkety clonk.
Yeah.
Can you do that with your magic?
Can I?
am I the only
I
one that could do that?
Pass
I
without
sure
trace is a druid
can.
spell.
I sure can.
That seems like a prudent measure because I don't want to not wear my armor when we go into a place that wants me dead. Last time,
That's-
I had to kill many people with their own
So
weapons.
you mean everywhere?
No,
I like-
most people are quite accommodating.
I like the idea that pass without trace forces you to not be able to external monologue, and therefore all you hear is in your head, but you're perfectly silent.
It works.
But yeah, I think you guys are right then. I think we should just go for the rat tunnels.
I like it. Let's do that. We'll go to the rat tunnels. We'll navigate our way through using our wits. We'll find the goddess. We'll tell her all about the rotten deal that this dude's been dealing to all of these people in their name. And then they'll be like, cool. Oh, take away his power. Go deal with him and his lackeys. And then we'll do that and look really bitchin' while we do. Just as Tempest intended. And he like smiles and his tooth glitters for a second. Ting.
And
Well, the Tempest intends.
you just kind of just hear Thomas in the background just go, "Oh, Mechanicus, let's do this." Mechanus. I think it's pronounced Mechanus. Do you know that one, James?
Mechanus is the plane where all the Modrons live.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's the closest thing I have to a god, basically.
It's okay to worship order.
Yes.
Or,
Oh,
you know, you could have the goddess of tranquility who we're going to wake up.
no.
Yeah, you could worship a goddess of tranquility.
I don't like that. I like order better.
I feel like she's going to be somebody that really appreciates everything about us.
If she wasn't before, she's probably gonna talk to us in real stoner speak now. Not gonna lie.
Well, she's gonna be tired as hell, apparently. She's been
She's the
asleep
goddess
for
of the
500?
sleepies.
She's only been asleep for 500 years. For a goddess, that does not seem like a long time.
Mm-hmm.
No. Well, Thomas
To
looks
the
up
rat
and goes,
cave.
To the
"Shall
rat
we?"
caves.
To the rat cave.
Yeah, you guys role play amongst yourself for a little bit here because I prepped 5 maps and you guys did not do anything that's related to either 5 of those. So I
Good
need
man.
here.
Instead, we talked
Wasn't
about
this one of the 2
butts.
choices that you just gave us?
No, I gave you guys multiple choices.
To the internet, I propose this. This is the best example of Dungeons and or Dragons, because the DM prepped 5 maps worth of combat, and instead, we spent the last 3 hours talking about butt stuff. Tell me I'm wrong.
But Thomas will look at the table and he will, as the spell is getting prepared, etc., things like that. And he looks at the 3 adventurers in front of him, and he looks to let's say Killian. You grew up here.
Yeah.
What is your experiences growing up in a place where time does not move technically forward? It feels stagnant, almost as if stuck in a place where the air just hangs. What was your life growing up here?
I mean, I grew up with my parents. We were kind of kept to the underground community, right? Because both my parents were clerics as well, and taught me how to heal. But I mean, my childhood was not really, your typical one of everyone around here, because went around healing people, but had to keep it secret, and
Your family helped.
moving around to not get caught.
Your family helped people around. I guess I will say I'll use the word country.
You're turning into Dara.
Am I turning into Dern? I am turning into Dern. I apologize.
It happens.
Turns out that certain characteristics. Let's see. Thomas. This definitely was a little bit more. Not. Oh, what the fuck was that?
There it is. You see,
Now you're just all over the place.
Thomas just has to clap his ass cheeks together and go clop clop.
I apologize for ruining your moment.
No, it's fine. It's you get stuck in a character for almost a year, and your brain just goes, "Yeah, that's how you play D&D."
You had the settings set to default.
I had the settings set to default. Not Thomas, who's a bit of a who was a bit of a cockney fuck when he was a younger man.
The nice thing about playing D&D on the internet is you can go back and look at the previous episodes and be like, what the fuck did I do with that word?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a
but
thing.
but Thomas is just kind of asking questions around the table of who everybody is, because he actually doesn't really know everybody very well, other than just like the little back and forths from our travels. Like, Flint, I've known you from the gates and everything, but what are you about?
You see, as I pull
It's
up
like,
Flint's
so
character
what
sheet,
exactly is this?
can you tell me all about
What is the Flint?
this? And can you tell me how to stop being this? Well, in general, I mean, everyone should find love and compassion in contributing to your community. I would have been lost
And when
if
you
it
lose
weren't
it to
for
the
my
trees,
that too. Someday. I would be lost if it weren't for Dad adopting me. I try and do what I can. I spend most of my time outside the womb. It's better that way. I don't put much stock in religion. The material realm?
Realm?
The material
Ooh.
realm holds more wonders than I've ever found deities to provide. Trees can fuck right off.
Now,
And
Flint, were you born in the womb, or were
yes,
you okay?
my mother married Argoth before she died.
Oh, fair.
He's a good man. Busy, but tried to take the time.
Me
He
and
has
Argoth,
mighty knuckles
he
that
does.
struck me across the face many times. Dwarven parenting, you know.
Argoth and I have an interesting history.
He came from hell.
He did do a stint in hell, as he was traveling around.
Uncle Callahan as well.
Yes. Oh, when Callahan came to the womb. Oh, that was a day. That was a day.
They tried to shoot each other a bunch of times. It was great.
Only one of them made it out of hell.
Bum, bum, bum.
Now I take it that was from the campaign and not this. Not okay. Yep. Okay.
At the end of the day, Thomas,
Hmm.
everybody should contribute and help each other out. You don't abandon your neighbors, that sort of thing. We find
Oh,
ourselves
yes.
here. It's a little weird, but we're all part of the same neighborhood. I don't leave my neighbors.
That's fair.
It's just good, sensible times, because if you leave your neighbors, what kind of person are you?
Thomas laughs to himself and then looks to Agnes. Now, Agnes, You are one of the newer people to the womb in the last, what has it been? Almost a year and a bit. Am I correct?
And a bit, yes.
How are you enjoying the place we call home?
I enjoy. Hmm, it's a funny question. I enjoy a lot of things. I enjoy my friends. I enjoy the sounds and the adventures that I share with them. And
Drugs.
I enjoy the drugs. I enjoy the opportunities presented and the answers that you can learn. I enjoy a lot of things.
Thomas nods. And what were you before you came to the womb?
She kind of looks down at herself and looks back up.
Semen.
I You're not here. You are here, but I'm just gonna throw good berries at your face. She
I'm
kind of
not wrong.
She just kind of gestures down at herself and it's just like, I was this.
Interesting.
Now, how much of that is a lie?
Thomas smiles and goes, enough. But that is Agnes's choice. And he smiles and he sits back a little bit, enjoying his cup of coffee.
I need to know, Agnes.
Yeah.
You came to the womb as an adult.
Yes.
What's it like coming to a place and finding out? From what I understand, and I've talked to a bunch of the kids that have come through,
Mhm.
where they're like, where we came from, God wasn't real, but a bunch of people were like, oh, hey, it is. But here, you actually talk to deities, and all of a sudden, it's a pretty interesting paradigm shift. Does that fuck with you for a little bit? Did you have an existential crisis?
You know, I was on the verge. Some might even say I went a little too close, but then I met Tim and Quill and Hoots and Dern, and it was okay. And then I went away for a little while, and now it's fine.
Everything is fine.
Everything is fine.
Next
Where
question.
did you travel?
Oh, I went to Hemlig for a while. It was beautiful.
Nothing good comes from Hemlig.
I disagree.
They have excellent sugar snacks.
They do. Did
They
you
come
ever
in
try
little
them from?
balls.
Did you ever try any from Millie's?
I don't know. I've only had them off of a cart that came through once. It was pretty good.
If we can fix the gates, I'll take you one day.
Good.
Thomas kind of sits back at this comment of Hemlig. And he's just like he thinks about it a bit. And he chooses not to continue that conversation or that line of conversation.
As
I'd
I
like to roll
under-
insight.
Okay.
As you're rolling,
Okay, I'll
Sorry.
get exactly what you shared with me on an 11. It is what it is.
An 11.
now, correct me if I'm wrong.
Ooh.
Where you came from, you didn't have the capability of shooting lasers from your hands.
No, but when I was little, I used to run around and pretend I used to think about it really, really, really hard. And I could almost see it in my head. You know, do you ever do that?
No.
And sometimes if you close your eyes really, really, really tight, you can see stars.
That's only if you punch yourself in the face while you do it.
Or hold your breath. There's less violent ways.
I'll have to try that.
Do you have a good berry?
Yeah, he's the good berry. It's like, have you been tempted since coming here and discovering your magical abilities?
Yes.
to just immediately solve problems with them. Some people that I've talked to that were faster, stronger, better than before, or could light things on fire with their minds
Mhm.
as soon as they came here, had a almost compulsive sense to just use it immediately. Every time that someone argued, every time someone had a controversial point of view, they could just be fireballed. The camera pans back to like Albrun sitting reading a book and sneezes for a second.
When I came into the womb, my every wish was granted. I have everything I wanted and more in some ways. I believe in the codicil and I live by it.
I'm sorry for your previous life. That sounds a little heart-wrenching.
Just because your life didn't grant every wish doesn't mean it wasn't full of joys. This is
That's true.
just different and new and exciting and magical.
There is that. I see
Um,
And
magic all the time.
yeah, maybe you had magic before, and that's why you weren't granted any this time.
No, you see, magic is really, really challenging. So I tried, but it's really hard. But you know what's easy? Squat thrusts. Swinging something heavy and picking it up and putting it over there. It's really easy. I don't understand why most people don't do it.
Well, most of us do it because we have magic that'll let us do it without all the work.
it's true.
I understand. I'd like to see your magical squat thrusts someday, Agnes.
Did he just proposition you?
I don't feel comfortable with this line of questioning anymore.
He
And
takes
Agnes goes and
everything you
sits
said.
down.
He takes everything you said literally. You
I
said
go
you can
take-
do squat thrusts with magic. It's what he said.
I go and take a cup of whatever pot Thomas has got going with the coffee and the tea, and she's gonna go get a cup.
Yeah.
Just sit there.
Yes.
I will say, with your roll, Agnes, against my charisma.
Oh, I can give myself. I have to see if I have wheel or woe today.
No!
Give me a second. Give me a second.
Shit!
I have woe. Oh, which means that you take it down. That your saves go down.
Yeah, they
That
do.
saves goes down by
Shit!
1. They match.
Wait, if they
That's
match,
terrifying. If they match, what happens?
what happens
Stalling
with a
for
save?
Mac.
Mac, you get to decide which of us won.
What happened?
Oh God! Just
Technically,
tell us.
Agnes wins on a.
You don't get any context. You just
No
have to decide who
context.
won.
Between
Thomas or Agnes? No
Thomas
context.
or Agnes, yeah.
Thomas or Agnes.
I'm gonna roll a d20.
Okay.
Odds are Agnes.
Okay.
That's an 18.
Thomas
So
wins.
Thomas.
Thomas wins.
Thomas.
I will say that you gain a little bit of something with Thomas. Just like a little inkling that there is a story there.
Okay.
But that is it.
Those dice rolls are ridiculous. All right, great.
To the rat
Agnes.
tunnels.
Okay. Alrighty. Sorry, I didn't have this prepped. It's one of those things with D&D where even me, the over prepper, that was like, I got all these things they could do.
How dare you?
So we're already at 9:09, so let's speed this up here.
Absolutely.
You guys, at the end of your breakfast, say your goodbyes, or this may be your last chance to see your feathered friend. But it may not be. We'll see what happens. If you have any heartfelt goodbyes, you can say them now, or we can continue on.
Agnes
Thank you
is
for
going,
the beer.
Yeah. Let me see here. It seems to
I
me
I
that egg.
I say my heartfelt goodbyes and whatnot, and
Killian, are you going to miss this place?
I don't know.
When we shatter the bottle
I
world
might come back.
and you're thrust back into Naylore. This is
I've
going to
never
happen.
been in Naylor.
It sounds like you haven't been anywhere, friend. Does that prospect scare
Huh?
you?
Uh, I mean, it's a big change to the world.
Well,
Change is a good thing.
it is. When we get home, I'll show you the world. I
Are you
can show you
propositioning me?
the world.
The entire
Shining, shimmering, splendid.
the entire oh my god, his mom was a Disney fan. That's the story. And she just sang him all the Disney tunes as lullabies.
Or something.
Tell me, Flint, when did you last leave the thoughts inside?
I don't know what you keep talking about. What's thoughts? And why aren't they words? Carrying
Anyway.
on. Let's go save a race
Anyways.
of people.
Let's go. Let's go. We're
And he
going.
takes his
All
axe
right,
over his
you
shoulder and he
guys.
starts walking in a direction.
Flint, this way.
Thomas
guys-
grabs him.
He goes to walk off the ledge into nothing.
Whoop. Goes back.
As you guys are making your plans at breakfast, you spoke of, you're like, no, we're not going to the town. We're not doing this. We're not doing that. We're going straight this one spot. So you're given directions. You're bamfed away nearest the town. And you make your trek trying to stay off the main road and away from detection. Your presence in this world has caused alarm, but your escape from the prison has not been made public to the people of the realm, because why would they? They'd rather keep it nice and quiet and under the rug. There's no wanted
Yes.
posters, there's no extra guard duty happening. They're trying to keep it on the DL.
That would admit that they failed to deal with us 7 weeks ago or more. And or were incompetent. Realistically, just showing our faces should yeah.
Well, only that one town saw your face.
Mhm. Happen to
And
be
also,
where
you,
Buddy
you
lives.
have to remember, spin. Right?
You
They could
guys-
always spin it as, hey, look, there's more demons that look exactly like the last demons.
I mean,
You
that'd
gotta
be
look
pretty
out
good
for
spin.
demons that look like these.
They're
folks
copy
make-
demons.
You folks make your way to the coordinates you were provided, and you see a grate like you'd see along the river, like a storm drain. And as you look off into the distance, you realize that this grate is not connected to the walls of the church. It is quite a ways away. You will have a fun time making your trek through into this place.
It makes sense that it's not connected to the church because they might be more suspicious. That's probably why Lenora, Larea, the bird lady, suggested we come this way. Flint does not have a head for facts and memorization.
It's fair. I will have
Leora.
you folks You come to the gate, this thing, and it is locked. What do you do?
Well, I mean, let's see what I have here. And Thomas just kind of pens through his stuff a little bit and just go like, how big is this lock? Is it one of those comical kind of like you can put a giant key in it, or is it like an actual tall, small lock?
Da-na-na-na.
It's like a hefty ass padlock.
A hefty ass padlock. Well, I will use my cantrip Chilling Touch to freeze it, like absolutely freeze it, and I will let our friend Flint smash it afterwards.
You've made it all grimy, friend. Chilling touch is neither a touch nor a chill.
Oh, right.
But
it's
I
the product.
but I understand your intention.
yes.
And I don't pull out woodcutter.
no.
I pull out a great maul that kind of straddles the other side because sometimes you just need a little bit of finesse. And I drive that hammer down into the clasp of that lock.
Can you roll me a hit, please?
I absolutely can. That's going to be an 18 to hit the lock.
Roll me that damage, baby.
That's 22 points of bludgeoning damage on that lock.
This old lock covered in dirt and grime and rust, covered by leaves that kind of block the hole, so not many people ever come by it, crumbles under the force of Flint's hammer.
It's
No
okay.
innuendo, please.
I brought a key. No need for a key. I brought my own. And I
Yes.
pull it away.
I would have cast pass without a trace on us before we started moving into the church
That seems entirely sensible.
district.
Yeah.
We had talked about it before. If you're all right with that, Mac.
That's fine.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Everything
Thank
is
you, oh
dulled
merciful DM.
slightly. And covered by a moil of shadows and starlight.
Okay.
pull the
Can I have
padlock
each of
off.
you roll a stealth?
Yes, ma'am.
I will put
18.
Where is my character sheet? There's my character sheet. Then I go down to stealth, and all you hear is tack,
that's-
tack, tack, tack.
Pass without a trace adds 10.
10.
Adds a flat 10. Yep.
16.
19.
26.
That's a dark map of blackness.
Yes, put yourself in the here area.
Top left-hand corner.
Yeah.
Ah, I'm still in darkness. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Agnes, for having a light.
You're welcome.
Yes. I don't recall if Agnes's token is set up holding produce flame or not, because, human.
Yeah, she casts. I either have produce flame going or I turn on starry form and it's got the same glow.
Or a lantern.
I don't do lanterns. It doesn't matter what race I play. They don't have a lantern. No one carries oil. That stuff's heavy.
Your warlock was based entirely around a lantern.
Okay. Once I carried a lantern once. But here's the thing, it's all or nothing. Either I never have that lantern or it is an extension of my arm.
I like it. I clamp my mask down over my face, put my hammer
Okay.
away, and pull out
Okay.
that axe.
You find yourself in an old, dirty, damp, rotting, smelling sewer.
This place smells dank, and not the good kind.
Let's go to that map view, baby.
We already are, friend. So, you got to remember, YouTube's back like 15 seconds.
Right.
Yeah.
So you find yourself in this space. What do you do?
Friends, I
Well,
feel
moving
like we should
forward.
stick within a close proximity to Agnes because that's how we get that bonus to stealth above table.
Right, Killian, did you roll a 1, so you have an 11?
No, he got a 16
Nope.
for his stealth,
No, that's Killian. I see a 6 plus.
plus 10.
Oh, sorry, I'm reading this wrong. It was showing as red. Yeah, 16. Okay.
He's got the
Cool.
red because of the heavy armor, just like me.
All right. What do you do?
Well, let's sally forth. And if we can't sally forth, maybe we'll sander forth after that until we find a lady that really helps us out. The puns. No? Flint's
No.
just slowly starting to like walk away.
Yep.
Would
Thomas
you
is behind.
would you like us to use the map as a point of exploration, Mac?
What do you mean?
Do you want us to use the map in front of you as a role-playing tool, or do you want to talk this out narratively? As
No,
in,
you
like,
tell
do
me
you
what
want
you're
us to
doing.
move our tokens to a certain point and then?
You choose where you're moving and what you're doing.
All right.
Okay, so
Uh,
there's consequences for us moving our tokens.
Yes.
Okay.
So, um, we are staying together as a group.
We are staying together as a group.
All right.
All right. What's the marching order?
Don't.
Okay, can I listen? I would like to perceive the space around us. What do we hear? What's it sound like? What's
That's
going on?
That seems
That
like an
is
excellent
a
idea.
15 on perception.
That's a 19 on
You
perception.
All right, you folks, at least the two of you so far. Anyone else who rolls high will also notice. This place is quiet. The only sound is, built up moisture kind of going down the walls on the wet rocks. The sound of water in the distance that you may be able to see in front of you. Flint, I think, maybe. Let me do the character light thingy for myself here.
I can see fucking everything as a dwarf.
Yeah,
in the
so a little
darkness.
south of you, you can see some water. It's not doesn't look deep. It sounds like a slow running creek, a ankle deep sort of thing. To
We've got
the east of you, you see an open pathway that kind of winds a little bit up in front of it. And Agnes, it's almost eerie how still it is.
now is up north on this map
Mm-hmm.
based on
Where
where
you
we
came in.
entered. Okay, so we came in facing south. I'm looking for a relative direction based on where we entered this sewer versus where the church is relative to us, because you said the entrance is quite a ways away. Would it seem like the church is in an easterly direction of us or a southish direction of us from where we entered?
Can you roll me a survival?
Yeah, sure. 6.
You have no idea what direction you are currently facing.
We came in a door after looking at a church. I'm lost.
I have the wanderer feet and I know what direction I'm facing.
This is why
Well,
you're our leader, Agnes.
Which way on the map are you facing?
Okay, what am I rolling? I'm rolling survival.
You have
No, I mean
wanderer.
like literally what area are you facing on the map? Northeast, southwest?
South.
Then the church is south
Facing-
of where we came in.
No. You have come down into this tunnel. Okay. You are facing the church. Here's the door in front of you. To the distance over here, you see the church. You've come down. You know the church is to the northeast. This is you, Agnes. You know the church is to the northeast.
No, the church is to the northeast. Okay, then
And
we're going to go to the
currently-
northeast.
Currently,
I am not the leader, guys.
after going down
You
this tunnel,
absolutely are.
Oh,
All of my
God.
actions
the
are your
directions you
fault.
can go, in this tunnel, as seen by whoever can see, are south and
South?
east.
South and east, and the
Maybe you spiraled a bit
church is-
walking down.
church is northeast. Northwest?
Northeast.
Northeast.
You just said it. Guys. Okay, we want to go northeast and we can go east or south. So let's go east until we can go north.
Yes, ma'am. Should I go first so things
Yes.
attack me instead of you?
Yes.
That would be wonderful.
I'll stay within that 30-foot range of Agnes at all times. Even if I'm moving my token ahead, I'm making sure that I'm always within 30 feet of Agnes and feeling that twinkly, twinkly stars on my back.
I don't go that way, Flint. Wait, Flint,
That's
that's
the
south.
Easter way.
That's south, he said.
That's east.
That's east.
That's east. He said north is
Oh.
up on the map. For ease of purpose.
Fine. Don't listen
Yeah.
to me.
Thomas
Here
we
is falling behind as well.
Killian, have you ever been in here before? As an agent of the resistance. It's coming through as like because I'm inside Pass Without a Trace.
Not the sort of place I hang out.
Oh, I would have pegged you for a sewer boy. I see some water.
as you come through the little channel, you see moving water. The clarity of it's up to you to check if you want. In the center of the room, you see, a large old stone pillar. It's been broken down. About here. It's just the stump of it left. Broken tiles.
Does this smell like sewer? Or
Yes.
does this smell like aqueduct waterway, like feeding water through the city? Because there are two very different things.
This specifically where you are has an old, musty, kind of moldy smell to it,
Yeah.
but it still has that water scent.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It is the walls are wet from the moisture.
Hmm.
The damp,
Do
must,
we-
mildew, but no,
Well,
it's not poopy.
Leora didn't say anything about having to swim in underneath the church, so we can probably walk through the tunnels.
But the water comes from somewhere.
Yeah.
So hypothetically, if we wanted to find a way into the church, water ducts might not be a bad thing. And it looks like there's a path that runs beside the water.
It seems like we could go north or east and
Like
enter
under
those
here?
waterways. Yeah. This path over here looks like it just is another underground path for the water.
Are you standing on top of the dais as you look around?
Dais?
You just that's where I marked the broken
Oh,
stone pillar.
Okay, I didn't see that this ended down here. Okay,
Yeah.
I don't think we should go in the water then. I thought we could follow the water down. I think we go this way then.
Yeah.
Whatever you say, boss lady.
All right, after you, Flint.
Okay. And I guess I was standing on a dais because I thought it was just cracked stone.
No. I'll ask you, do you actively jump on it and look around, or do you not? You can choose.
Flint doesn't jump on things because he's 3.5 feet tall. That's foolish.
We choose not to touch the dais.
Okie doke. Make your way
Dices are
through.
bad.
I make my way through
I'm following
South.
just behind.
Are you?
south.
I'm trying to. I am dragging my token, but everybody's moving
Hold
so
on.
fast.
You
Hold
gotta go
on.
one.
You can use cursor too.
Yeah, you can
Your
click
arrows?
right. You can right click and move the map where you need it to be.
Following.
Okay.
We're
I would like
going
to run a
south
new
now,
per-
boss lady.
I would like to run a new perception in this particular part of the map to see if anything new is sounding. Are we still just water sounds and
Still,
silence?
all you are hearing is the sound of water.
Okay.
I don't want to hear any schloopy sounds.
When you're moving, make sure that you are moving block by block, please.
Okay. Block. Block.
Boss lady, you said to avoid the water. Should we go this way?
Um, well, the church is in the northeast, and this is
This
very
is an
south.
this is an easterly direction.
Yeah, I guess we'll keep going that way. That seems good.
I'm not gonna lie, we might get lost here.
I never get lost. We'll be fine.
Oh, I believe you implicitly.
Good. I'm not lying this time.
Good. Why would you lie to me?
I would never lie to you,
Druids
Flint.
are wonderful, wonderful people.
So down here, I
We
mean,
really are.
you're wondrous people. I'm seeing a lot of open space, boss lady.
Yeah, stop for a second.
Okay.
Okay. Huddle up.
Okay.
Not on top of me, Flint.
Sorry. I like personal bubbles to be really close.
Personal bubble, do you mean?
You know when they say bubble, they don't mean like bubble gum, right, Flint?
Oh,
It's not like
I thought that
it's
was
like
exactly
ooh,
the metaphor we were looking for.
what's your favorite metaphor, Flint?
What's a metaphor?
Metaphor.
No, we've already played this game.
The hammer is my
Folks.
penis.
Oh
Yes.
no.
Anyways, as you make your way down, you find yourself in a
Make it away.
long hallway.
Make a noise.
Here, there are some old tables and chairs rotted and from the moisture in the air, long since touched or sat in. Along the walls, there are scribblings scratched in on the top and the bottom walls. Old lanterns, long since rusted and falling off the walls. What do you folks do?
I wonder.
Is any of the scribbling legible?
I don't know. That's up to you.
We would like to try to read it.
Okay.
Tell
Where
us
would you like
everything
to
the
read?
scribbling says in full detail.
Where would you like to read?
The north wall. Up here.
Where on the north wall, Agnes, would you like to?
No. Go with where you're gonna go read, Killian. I'll go with you. I just directed us all the way down the map. You get to choose which wall we're looking at.
I go up to the wall and read the scribblings.
Okay. You notice that as you kind of get closer to the wall, that what looked like was all stone is stone and old metal. The markings on the wall are less a language and more indistinct markings cut into the metal.
So nothing makes any
I-
sense.
Hmm.
That you know of, just looking at it.
It's not a language we can read, obviously.
We don't know.
Um,
It just doesn't look like a
Well, I'm
language.
Okay, we're trying to read it. So if it was scratched in a language we know, we are actively trying to read it. So the understanding is that we cannot read what's on the wall.
Technically, yes.
Okay, if it's a language, we can't read it. Got it. I could if I had magic that allowed me to do that.
or it's not in a condition
Right.
that we can read it.
Right. Or it's too old. Understood. Understood.
Hmm. Is it in a
So the wall-
language that Flint knows?
The walls are made of metal. Now
That's
we
a
all
little
talk
weird.
like
Agnes.
this. Yes.
Now, we all talk like this. In a world where
You
everyone talks like this.
Stop. He's trying to say something.
no, it's all good. Agnes, you approach the wall beside Killian.
Mhm.
What do you do?
I want to
You've got
touch it. Why not? I
Okay.
touch it. I touch the wall. What's the
Okay.
worst that could happen?
You run your hand along the wall, trying to make out the writing.
Agnes knew how to read Braille back on Earth, so she's seeing if maybe there's bumps and stuff.
Sure. You feel bumps, and as you kind of run your hands over it, the metal kind of breaks away like old rust under your fingertips. And as it breaks away, you kind of move along, you kind of hit a spot, you kind of run your hand back where you touch wet stone. And I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
I'm good at dexterity saving throws. Sorry, it's been slow. Dexterity. That's an 18.
Okay. All right. As you kind of push your hand on this wall, as the metal kind of corrodes behind, your hand sinks into it. And then continues to sink in.
Okay.
Since you made your save,
Uh-huh.
you quickly pull your hand back before the wall sealed itself shut in front of you. And all around you, along this wall, are a bunch of ooze.
Oozy, oozy, oozies.
I don't think you understand this. There have been placed on the floor of this map so many fucking ooze. That's why I was like, make sure you go step by step. And this entire time, you guys have missed every single possibility of ooze.
I see.
Everyone.
You're just
Every
watching
room.
us and you're like starting to sweat. You're like, there's no way they just happenstance out
I'm
of
like,
here.
all right. Literally in alleyways that had 2 markers you could have stepped on, you went the right path
Oh,
every time.
I see.
But then I touched the wall.
Then you touch the wall. There was
Agnes,
3
there's a
there was
bunch of
3
oozes.
blocks along this wall.
Look, something for you to smash. You're welcome.
That's what I'm good at. It's a thing. What would you like us to do, Mac?
I would like you to roll initiative.
Please provide us with an initiative tracker, and we will commence initiative rolling.
Please provide us with sick elite battle music, and we will commence.
Oh, I haven't had any music on this whole damn time.
No, you have not. It's okay. Flint rolled a 2. He's going last. Where exactly you want your fighter to go?
Ooh,
I don't know if there's music playing.
It is. It's very ambient catacombs. There you go with some skirmish from tabletop audio.
Yes. Why is there an owlbear on my tracker?
Because you didn't clear the tracker from the last combat.
Because the owlbear has been reanimated.
The owlbear is my blanket,
Owlbear slime.
and therefore is my friend, and fighting for me. The rules say
Oh
so.
my gosh, you've just got in one hand an axe, in the other hand a giant puppet owlbear.
Hello! It talks
Hello.
like this.
How do I make this organize itself?
Click the little settings cog and hit descending. There you go. Thomas.
Killian, what did you roll? Was it
18.
okay? Agnes, what'd you roll? 12 or 11?
That looks like an 11.
I rolled an 11.
Flint, 2 you said?
2. You've removed
Okey
Thomas
doke.
from the turn order, by the way.
No, he's still here. He's got 20.
I had 18.
Well,
You'll have to click
Cool.
on his token
Still
and
your-
hit add turn
Okay.
for us to be able to see him.
what do you mean? Add turn.
I can't see myself on
Yeah,
the chart.
you deleted the one that was public to players and kept the one that was
How do
private
I-
to you.
How do I make it public?
If you left click his token, or sorry, right click his token and hit add turn, it'll add him to the initiative order with a 0, and then you change the number to whatever you want it to be. There it is.
Okay.
And then delete the 20
Thomas.
that you had.
Yes.
I already did.
So Thomas is looking at the slimes that are now protruding from the wall. Steps back a little bit. You hear a like, all right, okay, just over to here.
He is
Now this is where I balance myself a little bit, and I'm going to use twinning. So I get to select 2 targets as my spell's target, and I'm going to use Chaos Bolt.
Okay.
Because you know what? Let's start off with a little bit of damage. Twinning spell. So I just use 1 sorcery point for that. And then from his hand, you see this weird, goopy kind of magic appear, and he shoots it forward. And we are going to be casting it at... You know what? Let's cast it at level 3. Why not? 13. Does 13 hit?
That'll hit.
Okay. Now, do I have to cast it, or do I have to roll separately for each target?
normally you do, yep.
Okay, cool. I will do that again then. I'll just roll... I'll just use the spell again, but I'll just cast it at... But it's the same... Is it the same damage?
Yeah. If you're rolling it twice, might as well.
Okay. So then that and
Just
that.
to save time.
Yeah, that other one will hit. So I'm going to target the one that is right in front of Agnes, and then the one that is over here. So the
Alright.
first
Hit for how
one
much
I
damage?
rolled, the first one, the 13, is going to be the one in front of Agnes. It takes 24 points of damage.
So you rolled a 7 and a 2 and a 6 for your first spell. What kind of damage does it do?
Oh, right. A 7.
Just if you click show spell description.
Oh, yeah. A 7 is a psychic damage, and a 2 is a cold damage.
So,
Okay, I have resistance on the cold.
So he gets to
Okay.
choose if it's psychic or cold.
Well, I get to choose.
Yeah.
So it will be psychic.
And then on the other spell, it's a 5 and a 4.
5 and
So
a
it'd be lightning or
4.
force damage.
Force damage. Always force damage.
Okay, how much is the damage on the second?
The second one is 14 plus 9?
23.
23.
Okay, both of those ooze are deleted.
Are pew-pewed.
Oh, that gets the that weird high I had from last night out of my system a little bit.
Killian, kill them with your radiant magic of death.
I don't have any radiant magic of death. I don't have any magic of death, radiant or otherwise.
What?
I take a dodge.
I love that you designed this character this way. I really do.
I'm sorry. You take
And just
a
scream,
what?
Just
A dog?
I scream, not in the face.
Okay. Okay.
That's it. You just take a dodge.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
Okay. That brings
I
us
can't
to our
tell
first.
if Flint is offended, James is offended, or both.
James knows what's going on.
Okay.
Flint is egregiously offended. You have access to magic and you're not raining down fireballs on something? Because that's how he understands magic works.
Flint.
Hello. That slime moves 5 feet?
Move 10, but yes.
Alright then.
It looks at you, and it's going to do Psychic Crush. I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh no.
You would. That's an 8.
That's a fail.
It is.
You're going to take 3d6 psychic damage.
Okay.
For only 6.
Okay. Down to 58.
Agnes,
Yes.
your turn.
All right. Thank you for moving away from me, friend. Very kind of you. Very kind of you indeed. I don't think I want to be a Super Saiyan yet. Why can't I open? Where is my? No, I want to be a Super Saiyan. Turn it on. Wild shape. Archer form.
I was gonna say, you're not playing the Sailor Moon character. That was our Make-A-Wish Foundation one-shot.
Archer form. 12 to hit.
12 will hit.
5 points of radiant damage. Produce flame. 15 to hit. 11 points of fire damage.
Doesn't. How much was it total damage here? It was.
So it's 5 radiant and 11
Uh-huh.
fire. So if it's resistant to fire, it'll take 10 total.
Yeah. Yep. Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. That's what I'm doing.
Anything else?
Cool.
Nope, that's me.
Thomas, behind you,
Mm-hmm.
you hear a gurgle. And quickly you sense the smell of sweetness as gurgling up from the ground behind you is an amber ooze. And it's going to make an engulf attack on you.
Shit.
Is that ooze eating a beaver in the picture?
Riley, you're gonna get eaten.
It is eating a beaver in that picture. I love it.
No.
I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, make a dexterity saving throw or get eaten.
Like
I'm
a
just-
beaver.
Anything I can do to get out of this?
I rolled woe today, so I can't help you.
I know that.
You can make a dexterity saving.
I know that. I'm just seeing if there's like, okay. All right. Dexterity. Fuck.
Not
Yes!
bad.
Oh!
On a successful save, you can choose to be pushed 5 feet back or to the side.
5 feet back.
Okay. You are pushed 5 feet back.
Oh gosh, no, 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 no.
Flint,
I
Your
clamp
turn.
my hand on Thomas's shoulder, step forward, brandishing woodcutter, and say, "Get your hands off my friend, you damn dirty ape!" And I go and swing.
okay, though.
Okily dokily. Do. Woodcutter. That's going to be a 16 to hit.
That'll hit.
Is it a plant?
No.
Okay. It's only 24 points of magical slashing damage.
I mean, technically, isn't amber fossilized tree sap?
Mac, your music stopped, by the way. Extra attack. That's a 21 to hit. For another 15 points of damage.
For a total of
So the first hit did 24, the second one did 25. So 49 points of damage to it.
oak.
Wham! Wham! Did it die?
No.
That's a problem.
Did it wish it was dead?
Is it having a bad day? I'll leave it there, and I stand in front of Thomas, in front of the big ooze, and say, "I've got this one. You guys take care of the little guy. He doesn't have this one on his own. He's just boasting." He says that aloud because he has no internal monologue.
Thomas, that's your go.
Back to me. Thomas turns around and goes, "Well, I mean, you know what? Let's just destroy this big one. I do not like oozes. It gets over my clothes. I've been in this... Remind me to tell you the story of when Ramshackle and I used to go do adventures. He is going to...
By adventures, he means getting high in a dank pit.
Not 100% wrong. He will cast chill touch on the big thing in front of us.
Okay.
Oh, did I not roll? It did not roll. Let's try that again. Chill touch. Why is this not working?
Is it one of your attacks?
Oh, right, yes. No. I don't know what's going on here. I don't have access to my character sheet. Oh, wait, no, there we go.
Mine was like dark, and I had to double click it to get it to come back. Oh.
Yeah, that was weird. Anyway, 27 to hit.
Yes, that'll hit.
That'll be 13 damage.
And it can't regain hit points.
It cannot regain hit points.
Chill touch.
Exactly. And then he's going to look around a little bit and go, you know what? I should have done that as a twinning, but I'm going to do this instead. I'm going to spend 2 sorcery points to do Quicken Spell. Actually, you know what? No. I'm going to save my sorcery points. Never mind. Thomas is going to then just hide behind.
Good job.
Okay.
And you'll end.
All right. At the end of your turn, a little boozy
Oozy boy.
goos up from the floor
Bloop, 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 bloop.
and makes its way towards. There's so many maps. Oh, I made the wrong one visible. Oh well. Moves its way up. Oh, I can't move that far. Who am I kidding? To here, and Flint. Lashing out at you again. Can you give me an intelligence saving throw?
I will try. It's not going to go well. That's a 12.
Dexterity again?
Intelligence.
No.
Oh, intelligence. It's not gonna go well for me either.
Why are you making
Yep.
one?
Oh, I thought you said me. Sorry, I'm
No, sorry.
12.
Flint, you do make it.
Holy shit.
Which is great. You take 5 points of psychic damage.
Ow. Agnes, these things are hurting my brain.
Killian, it's your turn.
Empathy hurts.
No, with like magic.
I am going to cast Shield of Faith on Flint
Yay.
and take a dodge.
I activate Shield of Faith. My AC
fucking
is
love
now
this.
20. Please rain down holy fire upon them, Killian. I'm waiting.
That's not something I can do.
I don't understand.
I'm a healer.
Heal them of their sassiness with your rain of fire.
Heal them of their mortal coils.
Is that it, Killian? That's all you're doing?
Yep.
Oh, okay, sorry. The next crazy over here, Agnes, moves 10 feet towards you
Yep.
and is going to... Oh, it doesn't have bloody reach. Oh, it's got 20 feet for these guys. No, that's the wrong one. It's only 10 feet. It's going to reach out again. Can you give me an intelligence saving throw?
Got it. Intelligence saving throw coming right up. Intelligence. Survey says 10.
Okay, you just make it. So you're going to take half damage. You take 6 points of psychic damage,
Got it.
and that brings you to your turn, Agnes.
Okay. I am going to shoot at the one on the bottom right, the little one.
Okay.
And ooh, first one's a natural one. It's gonna miss.
Yep.
And on a 26 to hit, 11 fire damage. And that, wait a second. Wait a second. I've got something for that. I
These
can
are fire
use
damage.
a meta magic sorcery point to change that to, I don't know. Let's try lightning damage.
Okay, it takes full damage.
I have sorcery points. That's a thing that I've never used once, ever. That ends my
Haven't
turn.
needed to yet.
All right. Is that all you're doing?
Yes.
All right. Our Amber Ooze, Flint, has decided. Oh, I've been doing this terribly wrong. You guys are lucky. It's going to try its engulf. You make me a dexterity saving throw.
And that's a 15.
Okay. You make it. You can choose to be pushed back 5 feet or to the side.
I'll go this way.
Okay. It then gets to make 2 pseudopod attacks against you.
Okay.
And those are going to
Nice.
be...
My AC is bolstered by my friendship.
Okay. That first attack is going to be a 23.
That'll hit.
Okay. And your damage for that will be 8.
DR down to 5.
Next
The armor.
is going to be a 2, so that's not going to hit.
Riposte, and I swing woodcutter because it missed me. That's a 14 to hit it
That'll hit.
for 20 points of magical slashing damage.
Okie dokie. That is annoying.
Smashy, smashy.
I think that's Flint's thing.
Oh, Sorry, it
Okay.
should be more than that. It should be 25 points of slashing damage because I used a superiority die, so I got to roll a d8 for the extra damage.
Oh, doke.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
So 25 total.
Okay. We'll update that in a second here. Before your turn starts, another one bubbles up from the ground. And let me go back to the layer I want to be on.
Boss
And it
lady.
moves
Yeah.
10 feet.
What are we doing here?
Kill the big one and run.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this one is. I'm going to need Agnes. I need Flint, actually, again. He seems to be the most troublesome here. To make a intelligence saving throw. I'm going to hit you with this fucking thing at some point. Your character's so dumb and I can't hit it with it.
All right. 17.
It's the smartest you've ever been in his entire
The
life. So
smartest I've ever been.
that's going to be half damage.
As we're fighting, I feel like Agnes would say, like, Flint, this is the smartest you've ever been.
Flint, think happy, intelligent thoughts. Okay, I don't know
Okay.
what that means.
You will take 4 points of damage. And it is
Ow.
now your turn.
I'm going to cleave this thing in twain. It needs to fucking die. That's a 24 to hit it. For 16 points of magical slashing damage.
Yep, that'll kill it.
Using Great Weapon Master as a bonus action, I'm going to walk up on this guy and swing again because I killed something. That's a 23 to hit.
Yes.
That's 22 points of magical slashing damage. On this one.
Is your weapon magical?
Yes. Using the
That'll die.
extra attack feature, I'm going to swing in on this guy over here. That's going to be 13 points of 13 to hit
That'll hit.
for 25 points of magical slashing damage.
Okay.
And I say, I got this side, so you guys can kill that one. Our music stopped, by the way. You can set it on loop by clicking the button if you like. I pass my turn to whatever's showing 0.
Thomas, okay.
Thomas.
So are we booking it down the hallway? All right. 25, 30, 35. And then I will shoot backwards at that one that's there with just a quick cantrip. Oh. Oh, no, that's not a cantrip. That's the cantrip. 13.
That'll hit.
11 points.
Doke.
As you see Thomas hobbling along, clack, 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 with his cane.
You've
I-
got pass without
I
a
unhid-
trace. It's kind of like,
Killian.
Go 5, 10. Cast Cure Wounds. So, Flint gets 11 for Cure Wounds, plus an additional 3 for Disciple of Light, so 14 points.
14 points. I like it. Now I'm feeling
Is that
right as rain. I still have a slight boo-boo, but nothing that an emotional support sticker can't fix.
The next
then-
ooze.
I'm just going to take the rest of my movement.
Okie doke. The last ooze moves up on you, Agnes.
Mm-hmm.
Let me double check something here. On your character sheet.
Okay, I'll stop moving around my character sheet then.
Cool. Okie dokie. It's going to make an attack on you.
Okay.
And I'm going to assume a 13 don't hit.
No.
Cool. Well, Agnes, your turn.
So action disengage. Movement over here. Bonus action archer form.
Pew pew.
Okay.
Pew to pew.
Natural 1 is not going to hit.
Nope.
That will end my turn.
Okay. Flint.
I got it, boss lady. And I walk up on this thing, and I say, no attacking, boss lady. 18 to hit.
Yes.
20 points of magical slashing damage.
It had 1.
Cool. As a bonus action,
Oh.
I step over here and cleave into Killian. No. I can't waste a cleave.
You said it. You said it. You said
I
it.
was about to congratulate you, and now I want to kill you.
Obviously, Flint doesn't kill the healer. He knows better.
I keep
Also-
forgetting that you guys are like powerful now. I was like,
We're
quickly come
level
up with something.
6.
Yeah, I know. I thought that like choosing the other ones would have been too much,
It's all
but
good.
apparently not.
It's all good because next week we get to go figure out how to get the heck out of these caves.
That's true. We got
Mm-hmm.
10 after 10. We should probably call it a day.
Yes. As you folks slay your last pile of goos, you kind of sit and take a break on the old moldy chairs and plan out the rest of your attack while knowing nothing at all.
I'm just going to say, the whole premise behind Flint, Mac, was that you and I had a conversation on one of our fireside chats about how fighters were super boring. And I'm like, what is the most vanilla player's handbook fighter that I can possibly make? And I'm like, I need 2 pages worth of content. Dwarf fighter. Good enough. What's it got? What's he do? He makes shoes. Fuck, I don't care. Let's do this.
It's all.
Well, friends,
Yes. We
Thank
should probably
you.
call it a night.
I'm gonna send us off here.
Good.
Everyone, thank you so much for joining us tonight. This has been really, really fun. Mac, I cannot wait to see what we decide to do next that is not on.
Well, now you're on a bit of a
agenda.
linear path, which means I can actually have my go fuck you plans happen. So that'll be great.
Beautiful. Join us
Nah.
next week for a TPK. And in the meantime, don't forget to click the like and subscribe down below and come and watch us and view that beautiful Roll for Beer content. And otherwise, have a fantastic week. And we will see.
Which, by the
Which,
way,
by the way, is
Thursday.
Thursday.
We're so two things on the Roll for Beer content because I'll dance like Adam West from Batman. We have a new episode of Roll for Beer coming out this Thursday. Riley and I will be jumping on about 9 Mountain Standard Time after babies go to bed. Likewise, our Roll for Beer podcast is now available on Spotify, as well as Apple Podcasts. Anything through Anchor FM, you can find it on as well. And I'm working on Google right now, but I have to figure out a thing. So, but they're on right now. Please check it out. If you don't like watching it on YouTube, you can just have it serenade your ear holes.
we're on a podcast.
We are indeed, and it's doing pretty well so far. So,
Have a love. All right. Have a great time, everybody. Bye.
Hold on, I just need to do this.
Yep, there you go. Yep.
Yeah, it's a monstrosity. I hate it so much. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.